realized when I got my own business, I had to give it 110% of my time. I got deadlines to meet. I can't let something like hunger get in the way.
Snickers satisfies you.
A Snickers fills me up so I can grab a meal. Cuts the hunger, lets me take care of business.
Packed with peanuts, peanut butter nougat, caramel, and milk chocolate. Mmm.
Snickers satisfies you.
Packed with peanuts, Snickers really satisfies.
Snickers is like a part of my business. When I'm hungry, it really does the job for me.
You know, television today has something for everyone, but every program may not be for everybody. Plan your family's television viewing and watch the programs with your children. Then discuss it. That's important. They can use your guidance and suggestions. Remember, television can be shared by your entire family and enjoyed more. Watch what happens together.
Come be together at Disney. These are times you'll always treasure. Now your dreams come true. Golden days that last forever, shining just for you. Feel the joy that's all around you. Share the dream come true.
It's Mickey.
Together at Disney.
This is little Tony. Bring the camera in close, honey. We love chocolate chip cookies. So when the packaged soft kind came out, we tried them. No rave reviews till now. Duncan Hines came out with a brand new cookie that's making baking history with luscious morsels of chocolate. Honey, look at this cookie, honey. Compare the other soft cookies to the new Duncan Hines. Believe Pearl, honey. These new Duncan Hines chocolate chip cookies taste better than all the rest. Pure ecstasy.
Kissy Fur, sponsored in part by new Era Plus, cleans many of your toughest stains. Protein power to cut clean through.
Protein stains. When they're ground in, soaked through, you need more power to cut through. The protein power of new Era Plus. This tough grass stain is made of protein, and protein gets out protein. Now Era has more power to even cut through the ground-in dirt below. Nothing gets out every stain, but now there's new Era Plus. Protein power to cut clean through.
There's a whole new way it moves today. Places to go, people to see. You gotta keep up with your feet. You can keep on moving with Twix. Chocolate caramel satisfaction. Like crispy cookie gets you back in the action. Twix. Yeah.
Two sticks of Twix can fix. Yeah, Twix keeps you motor humming while you yum.
Keep on moving with Twix.
Next on Amazing Stories, you will discover why he could not resist the incredible force. Next on Amazing Stories.
I'm Bryant Gumbel. This week on Today, South African dissident Alan Bozak.
I'm Jane Pauley, also Mary Tyler Moore, Jerry Lewis, and rock star Peter Gabriel.
This week on Today.
That's Jenny, but that's not Jenny's dad. If she gets into that car, that may be the last time you'll see Jenny. I'm McGruff, the crime dog. See those kids? Every day in this country, 60 kids disappear. Some run away, but a lot are kidnapped by strangers, or even by people they know. So write to McGruff and teach your kids to protect themselves. Help take a bite out of crime.
What is it?
It's circus
circus fun right in your bowl, and you're gonna want to come flying. For horses and hoops, balls and bears, elephants and lions.
Huh?
Horses, hoops, balls, bears, elephants and lions. New Circus Fun cereal. Crunchy red hoops, speckled balls, and many marshmallow animals. Circus Fun, a spectacular part of this complete breakfast. New Circus Fun cereal.
Crisco Oil's light taste brings remarkable lightness to salads.
Remarkably light, ooh, delightfully light. Ah, true flavor in every bite. Crisco Oil's light taste, that's the flavor free.
Today's Crisco Oil is remarkably clear, remarkably light, but it's really Crisco's light taste that brings out salad's true flavor with no oily taste and no cholesterol.
Deliciously, Crisco Oil's light taste, that's the flavor free.
Come on! There's breakfast to be sung!
Song alert! This is a job for Crunch Power. Crunch away!
Oh, can anything stop these soggies?
Crunch Power can!
Yes, it locks delicious sweet taste in, so it's tough to sog out.
This is right up your alley.
Oh my gosh!
Captain Crunch is a crunchy part of the balanced breakfast.
I'm going to strike.
Hey, Mac!
That's Toucan Sam.
Whatever, Mac. I took a wrong turn last night. I'm starved. Where can a guy grab some breakfast?
Your wrong turn was right. Fruit flavors will satisfy your appetite. Come follow my nose.
There's gotta be a shortcut.
It always knows. Kellogg's Fruit Loop cereal with natural orange, lemon, and cherry flavors. Part of this complete breakfast with a full day supply of vitamin C. Want more?
Sure, Mac. Fill her up. It's a jungle out there.
Good old creamy peanut butter's gone boppers. Gone crazy with chips. Got all rolled up and crisp. Peanut butter boppers. It's creamy peanut butter, a crispy coating, and a whole lot more. Peanut butter's gone boppers. Peanut butter boppers. New from Nature Valley. What a snack!
Sawdust and spectacular, danger and daring, a world where seeing is believing and once upon a time is now. For every child who dreams of being a part of it, for every adult who shares that dream, you've got a date with the greatest show on earth. Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus is here with the world's greatest animal trainer and the sensation of the ages, the living unicorn. It's the one event the whole family can afford.
At Tulsa's Convention Center, August 19th through 21st. Tickets available at all Carson attraction outlets in the Convention Center lobby.
You can imagine a rock lord world where the forces of good and evil are fighting to survive, each sold separately.
Rock lords, rocks that come alive. Rock lords, fighting to survive. Living rocks with strength and might, rising up to crash and fight. Rock lords, powerful living rocks.
Rock lords, rock vehicles, rock gnarlies, and rockosaurs, each sold separately. New from Tonka.
It's a crisp you can't miss. Crisp you can't miss. Yes, it's crispy. Sweet and raisin.
Honey Touch Flakes that stay crisp and delicious from the first bite to the last.
Crisp you can't miss. Crisp you can't miss. Can't miss.
The crispy part of this complete breakfast.
It's crispy wheats and raisins. It's gonna be a golden Grahams day.
Look, it's honey. Honey.
And we've got a date to escape, but first,
that kiss of golden honey makes you smile and wanna say,
tastes like honey graham crackers, crispy, crunchy
all the way. Oh yeah! It's gonna be a golden Grahams day.
Tastes like crisp honey graham crackers. It's a golden part of this nutritious breakfast. Now we're rolling.
It's gonna be a golden Grahams day.
Kid, what's the difference between a mountain lion and me?
What, Sue?
2 inches. Run, kid.
Time for a powerful Cheerios breakfast. A balanced breakfast like this one.
You got go with Cheerios, Energios that help you grow. You got go power with Power Rose. Coming on strong with Cheerios.
Feeling your Cheerios. A Cheerios breakfast.
I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay, next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know. This channel is harsh reality. Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like this can't. No, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean cops and just like soccer moms and shit. Like that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl, like going
that is
and
the best shit fucking
shopping for the dresses with mommy. I was the tomboy that liked playing with the feet.
Shout out to Cherry for just being easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys.
An update on the upcoming murder trial of Karen Reed. Her supporters have officially filed a motion to oppose the state's push to restrict their ability to protest outside the courthouse during the trial. They're asking a judge to deny the state's request, saying it infringes on their First Amendment rights. The trial is set to start 2 weeks from today. The upcoming trial is definitely a factor in Canton's municipal elections today. NBC 10's Mary Marcos spoke with two candidates who say the Reed case is part of the reason they are running. She joins us live from Canton. Mary, it'll be very interesting to see these election results tonight.
Absolutely, Glenn. And usually in town elections, the top issues are things like education or taxes. Not here in Canton. The Karen Reed case is not only swaying the minds of some voters, it is part of what prompted two candidates to jump in the race.
Every single family in this town has been impacted negatively from this murder.
Canton's handling of a murder case is at the crux of two campaigns.
It was a catalyst. But from that, I'm like, we just started looking more into the police department and saying maybe we need more transparency.
Karen Reed is accused of killing her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, a former Boston police officer, in January of 2022. Her lawyers say she's being framed as part of a massive cover-up, something prosecutors deny.
This town has been significantly traumatized. People who do not live in this town, people who do not have a connection to this town, they don't understand the trauma.
It's inspiring Rita Lombardi and Trish Boyden to challenge incumbents Mike Loughran and Tom Theodore, who did not respond to NBC 10 Boston requests for comment. Some voters say the Karen Reed case is completely unrelated.
And I believe they did a great job. This town's been running really well. It has a AAA bond rating, and it's been good.
But others believe it shines a light on a lack of transparency in town.
Stuff went on that people in Canton should have known about, and they didn't. And things still going on that we don't know about.
I hope it can be over and things can heal in the right direction and move on.
Now residents have until 8 o'clock tonight when the polls close to cast their votes. Live in Canton, Mary Marcos, NBC 10 Boston.
Woo! Good afternoon, folks. Happy Wednesday. Oh my goodness. It's good to see you guys. I realize there's not going to be very many of you in here. I was wondering, I was like, what's going on? Something must be happening. And then I realized that Melanie Little is live. So if you prefer to watch that, perfectly cool, perfectly understandable. You can catch the replay. What I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to go over the motion against basically an opposition motion against the motion to basically silence all of the protesters. It's ridiculous. To me, it's an absolute attempt to violate on a mass level people's God-given First Amendment rights, taxpayers. This is, again, I would say unprecedented, considering, every high-profile case that happens like this, we're talking Casey Anthony, we're talking OJ, we're talking Johnny Depp, we're talking every high-profile case. There are people that are standing out there protesting or expressing their voice. And I think this is what's fascinating to me. Protesting this case is more important than any of the other high profile cases that I just named, of people being out there with signs and t-shirts and whatnot. This is something that affects us all. If you believe that Karen Reed is factually innocent, then Karen Reed is any one of us. Absolutely any one of us. This could happen to any one of us, not just in Canton, not just in Norfolk County, not just in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, but anywhere in this country. And that's something that we need to be very, very careful of. So that could be any of us. So now, and it's good to see you, Dana, Paul. It's good to see you guys. And I'm gonna go over the motion. Let me see. And I was very briefly in Turtle Boy's chat last night. And I know that he had on the gentleman who's representing these folks, Mark Randazza. Mark Randazza. He will probably go over that because I haven't watched it yet. I missed it, but I would like to see it. I'm very interested in it. And I'm not saying that it's not important to talk about, but most people were out there because Johnny Depp is just Johnny Depp. Let's just be honest. You don't see a crowd of people out there on cases that are like this every single day. People crowded outside, protesting domestic violence for the average Joe who gets falsely accused of domestic violence. So, it's not the same thing. But I haven't read this motion yet. So, those of you who, Ruby Chase knows this is going to be a reaction type thing. And I'm going to go ahead and read that. And because I'm really fascinated, I absolutely love that the people of Canton right now are like, no, no, Morrissey. Like at this point, this is the vibe I'm getting at this point. After everything that has taken place, the last 2 years of this guy's bullshit, and this guy, I mean, being Michael Morrissey, the district attorney of Norfolk County, Massachusetts. So this dude to me is, at this point, the people of Canton who are standing out there wearing free Karen Reed shirts, free Turtle Boy shirts, free Karen Reed signs, journalism is not a crime signs, all of these things, Cuck Church signs, I love it. All of these things are absolutely your right to be able to do. And by all means, I mean, God help me if I'm not telling the truth, but you have justification for feeling the way that you do in order to express yourselves this way. It's like you're the epitome of the example of an American, in my opinion, right now, because you are pissed off about something and you are not allowing it to you're not allowing your anger in this to drive you. You're allowing it to fuel you. It's a big difference. You're allowing it to fuel you. And everyone has just been nothing but classy. Everyone has been amazing when you see these people gather outside of these buildings. Courthouse, DA Morrissey's house, or DA Morrissey's office. These things are incredibly vital when you have a community who believes and has good reason to believe that there is corruption taking place in their town. And the death of a Boston police officer is not something that these people take lightly. And when it shows that at the very least, the lead investigator is taking it very lightly. And I'm being nice by just leaving it at that right now. This becomes a problem. And so these people are speaking up. They're exercising their American rights. They're not looting. They're not spitting on people. They're not throwing things. They're not burning things down. They're simply standing out there and they're smiling. They're making this is fascinating to me because instead of abusing their First Amendment rights, you can tell by their behavior that they're showing gratitude for their First Amendment rights by being cordial, by being vocal, but by being respectful, by being kind to one another. And then and then they want to say it's a cult, you know. I mean, listen, if doing the right thing and standing up for the fabric of what this country was based on, was built on, if that means that I'm part of a cult, then I'm drinking the Kool-Aid, man. Because that's the cult I'm part of simply just being a proud American. So after Morrissey files this ridiculous this ridiculous motion that he thinks that these people, I mean, it's just it's astounding to me that he thinks that these people have given him any indication that they're the type to just take that shit, you know. Like it's astounding to me that Morrissey was just like, okay, sure, they'll just deal, you know. Because what if he didn't? What if he's just counting on Auntie Bev Canone to rule in his favor for whatever reason? I mean, she's done nothing but pamper the prosecution this entire time. For the last 2 years, she's done nothing but pamper the prosecution. I mean, it's just, it's not even debatable at this point. So, so this says, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed citizens motion to intervene for the limited purpose of upholding and defending the First Amendment by opposing the Commonwealth's motion for a buffer zone and restraining signs or clothing that express a viewpoint about the trial. Movance, I'm just going to use first names because I don't know. I don't know who wants to remain anonymous or who doesn't. That's why I'm not showing it on the screen. Movance, Tracy, Lorena, Dana, Paul. I mean, we know who they are a group of concerned free American citizens who will be negatively affected by the relief of the Commonwealth seeks and wish to be heard before this honorable court renders its decision on that requested relief. The Commonwealth seeks to unconstitutionally infringe upon the right of the people to enjoy their full and robust rights under the First Amendment and art. And Article 16 of the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights is amended by Article 77 of the amendments to Massachusetts Constitution. The Commonwealth's desire to clamp down on criticism and dissent must not be given this court's imprimatur. Interveners have no intent to interfere with anyone, to obstruct anyone, nor to impede anyone, but they do intend to engage in core First Amendment activity, speech, on a matter of public concern in a traditional public forum. Wow. Well put. The Commonwealth is not satisfied that it has the unlimited power and resources that come from one-party rule, unlimited ability to tax, and monopoly on violence. Power has become so intoxicating that the Commonwealth has, in the course of prosecuting this case, gone on an unchecked bender. That's a jab at Judge Bev right there, baby. I love it, dude. Like, dude, an unchecked bender, people. Absolutely fucking love that. Oh my God. I lost my place here because, okay, here we go. Pursuing the additional prosecution of journalists and demonstrators alike. But like any addiction, eventually even those who love the addict must stop enabling them. The Commonwealth wants this honorable court to feed its addiction by giving it the most constitutionally repugnant relief that can ever be fashioned. This is fucking fantastic. Oh, I love this guy. I can't wait to listen to that Turtle Boy interview. A prior restraint. Interveners resist on their own behalf and on behalf of many others who fear further Commonwealth retaliation if they step forward. If the court does not permit intervention, no one will advocate for the rights of the people. These four brave patriots have come forward to do so, not only on their own behalf, but as proxies for anyone who wishes to keep freedom intact in Norfolk County. Bro, yo, can we, like, for a second here, dude, like... Absolute fucking facts. Absolute facts. Okay? Oh, I love this dude, bro. I fucking love this dude. All right. The court should allow movements to intervene. The court should grant this motion to intervene and consider movements' opposition to the relief the Commonwealth has asked for. Movements have standing. Court permit intervention in criminal matters by third parties when First Amendment rights are at stake, and neither party is particularly suited to nor motivated to preserve those rights. And then see Commonwealth versus Clark. Trial granted media entities motion to intervene to seek reconsideration of trial judge's order barring electronic media from trial. Petitioners seek to intervene for the limited purpose of being heard when the court considers the Commonwealth's motion, as neither the Commonwealth nor the defense are in the position to adequately stand up for the rights of the affected citizens. The Commonwealth seeks to bind and gag Lady Liberty and must not be permitted to do so without opposition. Oh my God, bro, this dude's making it move. Defendant Reed should not be asked to defend herself and the rights of 7 million Massachusetts citizens at the same time. Movements have standing to intervene relative to the Commonwealth's motion because they intend to demonstrate outside the courthouse during the trial. It is the citizenry, not Miss Reed, who would suffer the injuries inflicted by the requested relief. Fucking absolutely. Non-parties may intervene in proceedings where they would otherwise suffer a substantial injury to a direct and certain violation of their rights. And then it cites another case. Movements intend to demonstrate by holding signs and wearing shirts with slogans on them. Movement Tracy is aware of the history of the courthouse and the fact that Nicola and Bartolomeo were wrongfully convicted here. It is her intent to hold a sign outside commemorating the injustice perpetrated upon them, with a statement that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is not to be trusted. She wishes to do so outside the courthouse because she is aware that the press will be there and the public will pass by. And this is therefore where her demonstration will be most meaningful. She has not settled on the exact content of her signs that she will hold each day, but she intends to commemorate the injustice done to Sacco and Vanzetti, I'm just going to say it, and to draw parallels that she sees in the prosecution. She wishes to communicate that everyone deserves a fair trial. Sacco and Vanzetti did not get one, but Karen Reed should. Movements Lorena, okay, so they're just from a separate case. Movements Lorena and Dana wish for the public to focus on how this trial is conducted, ensuring the public is focused on it and they pay attention to it, even if the public cannot attend the trial themselves. They are aware that the press will be outside the courthouse and they want the press to see what they have to say on their signs. Of course, Lorena particularly intends to criticize the police and the prosecutors in this case by holding up signs in support of the Canton Nine. Oh, real quick, man, we got to give it up for the Canton Nine, folks. Got to do it. The Canton Nine, who were previously charged with witness intimidation for demonstrating about this case. Movement Paul Cristoforo, we all know, wishes to demonstrate to call attention to his belief, and the Commonwealth, the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, and the Canton Police are not to be trusted. He intends to hold up a sign that says "Free Turtle Boy" in support of the journalist Aidan Carney, who has been prosecuted for engaging in journalism pertaining to this case. He also intends to hold up signs that say "Free Karen Reed." Movements do not ask for permission for these statements and these statements exclusively, but offer them as non-exclusive examples of the lawful speech they intend to engage in. They do not intend to, nor should they be permitted to, engage in legally obscene demonstration, nor true threats, nor incitement to violence, nor true fighting words, to the extent that such doctrine still exists. They should not be joined from other forms of demonstration as long as such demonstration is protected by the First Amendment and or Article 16. Okay, now I want to say real quick before I continue this. I feel very strongly, I've been thinking about it a lot the last couple of days. I feel very strongly. In fact, I know it in my bones, okay, that the purpose of arresting and charging Turtle Boy was to discredit him and his investigative findings in the Karen Reed case. Some of what Turtle Boy has investigated and found out about will be used by the defense as evidence. So it's the prosecution's intention, I believe. It is absolutely the prosecution's intention to destroy the credibility of Turtle Boy. It has been since they arrested him. It has been since they put him in jail. So they get to say this person who was charged with witness intimidation and did 69 days in jail. I mean, so that's their intention. They want the jury to hear this about Turtle Boy. They are counting on people not knowing who Turtle Boy is. This will all be worked out through, I guarantee you, that'll be an asked question every single time they bring a juror up during jury selection to question them. I guarantee you someone will ask each one, do you know who Aidan Carney is? Do you know who the blogger named Turtle Boy is? They will absolutely ask them that. Guaranteed. So what I truly believe is the idea is to discredit. If you discredit the source of the evidence, then you discredit the evidence. So the fact that, like, for just one example, Proctor and the McCabe's having their personal relationship, that was a result of Turtle Boy's investigations. that finding was a result of Turtle Boy's investigations. That is undeniable. That is a fact. So the fact that the fact that he ended up doing jail time, the fact that we know exactly how Lindsay came into the situation and exactly the communications that took place, well, not exactly the communications, but exactly between these communications took place. The who of these communications is what matters, and the timing of when these communications took place and these exchanges took place, which namely Lindsay, Tully, Mello. And Lindsay, Tully, Mello, possibly Jennifer McKay. So, I mean, that shit sounds pretty shady to me. And so that has been the strategy this entire time, in my opinion, behind charging Turtle Boy, putting him in jail, so that when he is up on the stand, he will be discredited as a witness because he was in jail for witness intimidation. One second, guys. You hear Clubber like slurping on his water? Hold on. Good, buddy? You good? Okay, yeah. He got his water fix. The Commonwealth's request relief would directly preclude the exercise of movements freedom of speech under the First Amendment in Article 16, and therefore must be denied, or at least narrowly tailored. The Commonwealth asks this court to use a sledgehammer when a fine scalpel is the only tool it should wield. The court should deny the Commonwealth's motion. The Commonwealth seeks a 500-foot speech buffer. The court should not grant what would amount to a prior restraint on free and fair discourse concerning this trial. Interveners implore the court to not sacrifice freedom at the altar of the Commonwealth's zeal. I mean, these are all exactly the points that you need made. Trials are public events. Trials are public events, and this court should not allow the Commonwealth to keep the public from participating. The Supreme Court has recognized that public opinion in a fair and open trial is particularly important. The knowledge that every criminal trial is subject to contemporaneous review in the forum of public opinion is an effective restraint on possible abuse of judicial power. Without publicly, all other cheeks are insufficient. In comparison of publicity, all other cheeks are of small account. In this case, interveners take no position on whether judicial power has been used in an unrestrained or unchecked manner. The default position is that it has been used wisely with restraint and reverence for the Constitution, and the default presumption is that this court will continue to use it when evaluating the motion. The court should embrace demonstrators outside the courthouse. The courts wield an immense amount of authority because they are seen as legitimate checks on the power of the other branches of government. Exactly. That's exactly why it's so important. Where a court may find itself checked by public opinion, it is more likely to be legitimized by wide open and robust debate. What better way for a court to show its confidence in the process than to pronounce that it is no fear of speech outside its walls? It should invite it. Oh, well done. I mean, right there, it's basically like telling Auntie Bev, hey, listen, you are an instrument of justice. Invoke some justice. Do it. I challenge you to do so. And not in a rude way. It wasn't even in a rude way. It was just like, hey, we're in this together, aren't we? Let's fight for the fabric of what it means to be an American together. The Commonwealth seeks to regulate two classes of turf: the courthouse and its curtilage inside the court's territory and outside the court's territory, traditionally public forums such as public sidewalks. The Commonwealth's motion exceeds the reasonable restriction as to both classes. Interveners recognize that there is a lower level of tolerance for speech in the courthouse itself. Nevertheless, the court should still exercise restraint and wisdom when fashioning its remedies, even in the space where it has virtually limited authority. Man, I'm not even halfway through with this. With respect to the regulations inside the courthouse, interveners have little quarrel. The court has near plenary authority to use its best judgment inside its own realm. Interveners do not take issue with the blanket nature or the request prior to speech occurring. The court is in a position to observe the conduct of the proceedings, and it is able to judge at the time of the speech if it is disruptive or distracting. Right. Should a member of the public sit inside the courtroom with a shirt that says Free Karen Read or a button that says Justice or any other message and the court sees no disruption, then such should be permitted. Right. Okay. So basically, right there, they're saying that who cares what my t-shirt says, as long as I'm not being disruptive, as long as I'm not screaming and yelling inside the courtroom, I should be allowed to wear a Free Karen Read shirt inside the courtroom. I should be allowed to have a t-shirt or have a sign inside the courtroom if I want to, as long as I am not being loud and disruptive. So I mean, no juror, no common sense juror who understands their duties is going to allow a Free Karen Read t-shirt in the gallery to sway their opinion, to affect their decision, to affect how they view this case, to affect their opinions on this case. That's just the public's reaction to it. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They're not sitting on the stand. They're not presenting evidence. It just doesn't matter. The Commonwealth seeks a prior restraint when this court can observe the courtroom day to day and see for itself either Read's rights or the Commonwealth's interests could be impacted. The court should not bind itself in public prior to seeing what will happen and how it might affect things, unless there's a restriction that is so obviously necessary that it should be pre-announced. Courtroom observers should be admonished to be silent. Holding up signs seems to be disruptive no matter what the message, or even if the sign is a blank piece of paper. But limiting the messages that people can have on water bottles, come on. Right. The Commonwealth is going too far. One portion of the request is particularly calling out the caution that the Commonwealth has asked that law enforcement officers not be permitted to wear their uniforms inside the courtroom. The court should, prior to granting such a request, consider why the Commonwealth is asking for this restriction, and should consider the fact that the Commonwealth may be asking for this relief in order to send a message of its own. Okay. In most cases involving a fallen law enforcement officer, courtrooms are packed with fellow officers in uniform supporting their fallen comrade. Here, despite this being a high-profile case about a fallen officer, the courtroom has been devoid of law enforcement officers in uniform. The court should be mindful that the Commonwealth seems aware that this is a unique trial in which a fallen officer's alleged killer's trial is not being attended en masse by men and women in uniform. The court should be mindful that the lack of officers in uniform may communicate one thing if the courtroom is void of them because they chose to remain home. The court itself will create a second narrative if they weren't coming anyway. Letting the Commonwealth blame the order for a lack of law enforcement attendance, rather an inability to attract supporters in blue. This is also a clear and present danger in restrictions on the interveners. If members can wear shirts that read Sacco and Vanzetti's lives mattered in this courthouse, but not free Karen Reed, the court may be placing its imprimatur on some displays, but not others. To the extent that any restriction is placed on displays inside the courtroom, the court should pronounce that this is because the Commonwealth asked for the restriction or Miss Reed asked for it if she asks for one. Otherwise, it may appear that observers in the courtroom are not communicating message to anyone because they have chosen to remain silent. Choosing to remain silent is itself a viewpoint. Very true. The court should temper any inside the courthouse relief with mindfulness toward how the Commonwealth may be manipulating the process on purpose or simply unwittingly to enlist the court into using trial observers to present a narrative of its own. Outside the courthouse, the Commonwealth seeks an order prohibiting any individual from demonstrating in any manner, including carrying signs or posters or making statements about the defendant, law enforcement, the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, potential witnesses, or the evidence within 500 feet of the Norfolk Superior Court complex, which includes the parking area behind the Registry of Deeds building during the trial of this case. Such a request is not narrowly tailored and constitutionally infirm. Exactly. Like, it's too damn broad. It's insane. Like, to implement this. I mean, it's we're seeing a pattern here. The very law that they charged Turtle Boy under, the very law that they applied to charge the Canton 9, is unconstitutional because it's too damn broad. It lacks, how did they put it here? It is not narrowly tailored and constitutionally infirm. It is sick. It is infirm, meaning that it is sick and lacking the nutrients of liberty. That is exactly what that means. And it is not narrowly tailored, meaning that it is too damn broad. Like, for example, when they say potential witnesses, that's too damn broad. Everybody's a potential witness. I mean, it's a small town. Give me a break. I mean, come on. From time out of mind, public streets and sidewalks have been used for public assembly and debate, the hallmarks of a traditional public forum. Frisbee versus Schultz. 1988. The government's ability to limit express activity in a traditional public forum is sharply circumscribed. Perry, Asin versus. It's. I mean, is it assist? It straight up says Asin versus Perry, like ass apostrophe N versus Perry. Local educators. I don't know what Asin means. I know I sound like a fucking idiot right now. United States versus Grace. The Supreme Court held that the sidewalks forming the perimeter of the Supreme Court grounds are traditional public forums, places where expressive activity is lightly regulated because they are indistinguishable from any other sidewalks in Washington, D.C. In other words, Congress tried to protect the Supreme Court from protests, and the Supreme Court itself struck down Congress' attempts to do so. If the Supreme Court can tolerate protests, this court can do so as well. Boom! Oh my goodness. This is very, 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 very well written. The Commonwealth seeks not only to regulate the sidewalks adjacent to the court grounds, but also to the streets, sidewalks, buildings, and parks within a 500-foot distance from court grounds. This request is overbroad. Excuse me, exactly what I was saying. This request is overbroad and not narrowly tailored to a compelling state interest. The court cannot justify banning all demonstrations within 500 feet of the courthouse unless it articulates a compelling governmental interest in doing so, and it does so in a narrowly tailored fashion. To do that, we must ask ourselves, what is the government interest? The Commonwealth's interest is to quash public displays of criticism. This is not a legitimate, let alone a compelling governmental interest. There you go. On the other hand, oh my goodness. It is a miracle that I saw that because I don't have this screen up, but no, don't do it. Don't do it.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super 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 chat.
Thank you, Street Squirrel. I appreciate you, buddy. On the other hand, interveners accept that shielding the jury from contact that could unduly influence them is a compelling governmental interest. In order to meet the narrowly tailored prong of the analysis, the Commonwealth must target the exact wrong that it wants the court to cure. And it cites some cases. Meanwhile, the Commonwealth just seeks to create a 500-foot wide sledgehammer to crush all disfavored speech that it lands on. This even includes private property where the interveners have gathered in the past and intend to in the future. The Commonwealth seeks to create the illusion that there is no public outcry against how they have handled this case. Wow. And how they have quashed dissent by prosecuting journalists and demonstrators alike. The proposed restriction is not limited to this case. It means as inside the courthouse, citizens cannot demonstrate with phrases like back the blue or defund the police. It means one cannot campaign against the incumbent district attorney. It means that one cannot protest excesses by the Commonwealth like charging other demonstrators or journalists with crimes. It means that one cannot engage in pamphleteering regarding jury nullification in general without targeting any particular case. And it cites some more past cases. It means that the homeowners and business owners and patrons, even inside the multiple of buildings within the proposed perimeter, cannot use their property, implicating not only the First Amendment, but also the Fifth Amendment. See Cedar Point Nursery Hasid. A regulatory taking imposes regulations that restrict a property owner's ability to use his own property. It means nearby employees cannot exercise their Section 7 rights and picket their employer in opposition to unfair labor practices. Wow. Oh my goodness. Paul Cristoforo. Okay, man. You're getting the
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Paul Cristoforo, man. Thank you so much, buddy. You got to give Paul his dues, man. Tomorrow we all fight for our First Amendment rights. Play the super chat because Cherry is ignoring me. Oh my goodness. What's up, Sleuthy? All right. Let's continue because listen, here's my plan. Here's my plan for this evening. All right. We've been on an hour. I got a lot we can go over. Listen, I'm going to go over Turtle Boy's interview with this particular attorney. I want to go over, that's maybe a surprise. But there's something I definitely want to watch. So let me just breeze through this as fast as I can. If anything, a restriction can only apply to the courthouse grounds and to the particulars of this specific case. And even then, the tailoring must be even more narrow than that. Narrow tailoring. And now we're going to get a whole section on narrow tailoring here. I love this. The Commonwealth's proposal reflects no tailoring, let alone narrow tailoring. The Commonwealth wants to create a free speech desert 500 feet in all directions from the courthouse. However, this court could readily craft narrower restrictions than this, which would target any imaginable legitimate concerns. For example, if the court were to require a ban during jury selection only, this would still likely chafe the Constitution. But interveners would compromise and waive any challenge to such a limitation. During trial, the jury could be brought in through the back entrance to the courthouse, and demonstrators could be banned from the entrance. After all, the public does not generally pass by the back entrance to the courthouse, and the press will be out front. Any infringement on First Amendment rights from these narrowly tailored and limited remedies would be de minimis enough that more zealous parties might complain. But these interveners would not challenge them. These suggestions alone would tailor the relief so that the Constitution was not so obviously treated with such violence. I'm loving the way that this is written. I'm absolutely loving the way that this is written. This is showing in full detail. And thank you so much, Casey, for becoming a member. Oh, what's up, Turtle Boy? What's up? Lauren Laguna is schooling Plevin. Oh yeah, you guys want me to switch over to that? Because that's what I was gonna do. That's what I was gonna do. But all right, let's do that. Let's just switch over to that and we'll come back to this because this shit is important. But I was thinking about doing this. So let's get into this.
Up, so it's a matter we don't know, but we do know that they never saw, not only they didn't see him in the car, they certainly never saw him get out and walk into the house. So I think it's even more likely that they would have saw that, and they never did. But it's hard to say what someone will see or they can't see. So I want to be consistent. So I don't want to say that John didn't go in the house because Ryan Nagel didn't see him go in the house, because I think it's very possible that John could have got out and walked into the house and Ryan's texting on his phone and doesn't see it. So let's give us some feedback.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna make it go from the beginning here.
On the volume. Do we sound equal? Just Lauren, say hi again if you just, or sing if you want.
Hey there, how are you? Hope you're doing well.
Okay. Everybody, this is Lauren De Laguna. It's pretty exciting to have her here. You can also see this on her channel. Lauren De Laguna is how you find the channel. I think just the channel.
Yeah, let me tell you, man. So today I listened to Annie 10 to Life's podcast that she just recently did on her channel, Seriously. And for an hour and a half, she packed a lot of information in there. Like it's clear that Annie's actually been really digging in. But I mean, for as many cases as she talks about, like, and researches simultaneously, I'm surprised that she got that much, if I'm being honest, because she's a busy person. She has 2 small kids. I mean, she's married. She's just a busy person. But I thought it was incredibly thorough as far as the facts go and everything that at least mainstream media is covered. But I heard at the end of there her say that she's considering possibly going to Boston to cover the case. So keep your ear to the grindstone for that. And who knows? Maybe I will at some point too. I don't know. But I definitely plan on streaming it. So yeah. But yeah, man, things are looking up, man. You know, people are starting to really pay attention to the things that are really mattering. I love that the protesters are getting so much mainstream media press right now. Like, they're getting so much press. I absolutely fucking love that shit. This is what it's all about. And this is, you know, in the climate this country is in right now, and it being an election year and everything, this is what the country needs to see. The country needs this kind of inspiration that people are fighting for, not just their own First Amendment rights, but everyone else's. Turtle Boy did 60 days in jail, 69 days in jail. For everyone here's for the people who trash him, for their right to trash him. You know what I mean? So this is, to me, this is, you know, as much as it is very much about John O'Keefe, it's also very much bigger than John O'Keefe too, in a lot of ways. And it could just be very well, and I have hope in my heart that we, all of us, can shift the reasons why John O'Keefe died and make it that he did so for our rights and our freedoms and the right to a fair investigation, and how important it is to investigate these things, because you're costing a police officer who no one had anything negative to say about, you're costing him justice, a family man. Nobody else cost John O'Keefe justice so far than the investigators and the DA's office that they work under. No one did that but them. That's where we're at.
The channel is under her name, right, Lauren?
That's correct.
And she's doing this. So we're actually managing to do this on both channels at the same time. So please go, if after the show, if you're not familiar with Lauren, please go check her out and check out her channel. I actually I saw a lot of Lauren back on these channels on this particular subject. My first time that I saw Lauren back in April and May of last year, and I thought she did a great job on all the shows that she was on, a lot of national shows. I didn't realize she had her own channel, so I kind of thought she had disappeared from the scene, so I haven't seen her in a while. But Lauren, I know you're a lawyer.
Dude, this
Chance,
guy.
for people that don't know you, what kind of law do you do, or what are your interests in that?
I'm actually not a lawyer. I have just been admitted to the Arizona bar. And so I will be swearing in next week to become an attorney. But as of right now, I'm not an attorney in Florida or Arizona, even though I passed the bar in both states.
She's an attorney elect.
Okay, so you're soon to be a lawyer. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Sure.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
What kind of law are you?
I mean,
definitely am swearing
definitely,
in on April 13th.
She's just technically on paper,
Outstanding.
not officially a lawyer yet.
What kind of law are you interested in?
I am interested in criminal law. Ignore the barking dogs.
All right. He sounds like a tough dog.
Yeah.
I just want to get it started with one question on the Karen Reed case, and that's the only question that I've written down. And this is a chance. I'm really interested in where you are right now in the case because I knew where you were.
So this guy gets a lawyer up here. Now, maybe I wouldn't have written anything down, but I mean, if I'm Plevin and I'm about to like talk to an attorney that I know feels the opposite of the way that I do about a legal case, right? I'm going to write some shit down. I'm going to say, well, what about this? What about this? Even, I mean, you know, I'm going to at least have some questions that I know I'm going to ask, especially if I get to pick the brain of an attorney. I don't care what side they're on, you know? I mean, I have an opportunity here to learn a little something.
Back in April and May, and obviously a lot's changed for all of us since then. I know I've evolved a lot, and my thinking is a lot of new evidence has become. So take as long as you want and just walk us through what your thoughts are on the case.
Well, that's not much of a debate, is it? My thoughts on the case are that the Commonwealth has been doing a very poor job at its.
Wait. I gotta hear something one more time.
That I've written down. And this is a chance. I'm really interested in where you are right now in the case because I knew where you were back in April and May, and obviously a lot's changed for all of us since then. I know I've evolved a lot, and my thinking is a lot of new evidence has become. So take as long as you want and just walk us through what your thoughts are on the case.
So the only question that he had written down, and he made it a point to tell us all this, right? That the only question that he had written down when he has the opportunity to speak with somebody who has knowledge of the law, no experience as an attorney, fair enough, but knowledge of the law nonetheless, and has an opportunity here, right? And so the only question that he wrote down is, what are your thoughts on the case? That's the best question that you could come up with. What are your thoughts on the case? Wow.
Well, that's not much of a debate, is it? My thoughts on the case are that the Commonwealth has been doing a very poor job at its requirements in turning over evidence, in providing exculpatory evidence that has been found, at doing due diligence in many respects. And there is a lot of facts that we know to be, there are a lot of facts that that don't make sense. If Karen Reed truly killed John O'Keefe, then these facts wouldn't have occurred. For instance, I mean, there's so many. But I was actually hoping to go over some of your statements, actually.
Sure.
So
sure.
Can we go over Celebrite?
Oh, I love this.
For instance,
Sure.
can we start?
Absolutely.
I wanted to start.
I
with
love
Celebrite.
this.
So
Okay.
Can you tell me from?
So she came armed. She's like, you know what? Like, if the best shit that you got to come up with, the best thing that you came up with was to ask me what my thoughts were on the case. All right, dude. But here she's like, I'm gonna talk to this dude, and this guy is so loud on Twitter. It's so ridiculous. This guy said that the First Amendment, this guy fucking tweeted that the First Amendment does not apply to courthouses. That freedom of speech does not apply to courthouses because of a trial taking place. Bullshit. And I mean, we just read, an attorney just blow through, and I mean it on fire, reasons why somebody should be standing up for these folks being able to stand out there in a courthouse wearing whatever kind of t-shirts they want, holding whatever signs they want, saying whatever they want. I mean, as long as they're not being abusive and vulgar, which they have never been.
From what I heard you say, I've heard you say that the person who wrote the code for Celebrite, one of the lead writers for Celebrite, is testifying for the Commonwealth that the 227 search did not happen. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Ha!
Absolutely. Okay, so
Yeah.
So Whiffen.
That's
his
not
name's
happening.
Whiffen, correct?
Ian Whiffen.
That's not happening because I guarantee you I know what she's about to do. She's about to fucking let him know that that person said it was inconclusive, that they don't know. They're going to testify for the prosecution, but they don't know if the 227 search took place. It's inconclusive. They don't know. That's what it says. That's what this person's statement says. She's about to school him and show him that.
Yeah.
Ian Whiffen. Did you know Ian Whiffen is actually did not write the code for Celebrite, and Celebrite was actually a code written in Israel by an Israeli team.
No, I don't know anything about that. So is that Israeli
you
team going to be testifying for the defense, or?
No, Celebrite was written. I had it pulled up, but you could look up the Wikipedia of Celebrite. It was written over a decade ago, and it was not written by Ian Whiffen, who's only been working at Celebrite for about 3 years. He's simply a data analyst. Furthermore, he never actually stated, Ian Whiffen, even if he did write it, he never stated that the 227 search did not happen. He simply said the later search occurred. Furthermore, I take major issue with the fact that you dismiss the Commonwealth simply not having the later version of Celebrite and therefore not having the 227 search. Are you trying to tell me that in 2022 or 2023 that police officers were incapable of finding two searches simply because they're similar? Such as how long to die in cold and how long to die in cold?
Lauren, I'm willing to take this wherever you want to go, but I think it also.
He's getting busy.
You're not. Contrary to what you're seeing on Twitter and stuff like that, I do not have any hostility, or I'm not trying to score points on you. So we can just kind of relax and have fun.
What? Okay, Plevin, don't, bro. Everybody sees you right now, guy. Everyone sees you right now. She's coming in hot. Fair enough. She's coming in hot, but she's not being disrespectful. She's just stating facts. These were your statements. Did you not say this? Yes, I did. Okay, well, here's why it's bullshit. Bump, 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 bump. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ding, 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 ding. Hold on. We don't have to be so angry here. She ain't angry. She's just letting you know. She's just letting you know, homie. Oh my God, bro. She just. Hey.
Have fun with this, but yes, I can answer your questions. There's a couple of different aspects to it. Okay. So first of all, the state you had, and nobody disputes this, including the tricky Alan Jackson. The grand jury was in.
Relax, bro. Your heart's beating too fast, Plevin.
In 2022, the state used the most updated version of the Celebrite software. Okay. The version of software that Rich Green used was a year later. It was 2023. And that produced the 227 timestamp of how long to die in the cold. There is no way that the state could have used a 2023 version of the software.
That wasn't my question.
That was part of your question.
I understand.
Okay?
I understand that the state could not use a software that did not exist yet. I'm asking you, the software that they had, the original software, are you telling me that that would have been incapable of finding the previous search?
That's not even in dispute. Actually, nobody. If you listen, we can go back and play Alan Jackson's statement. I have it if you like, but it's not in dispute that the 2022 version of the software did not produce that. That's the defense doesn't dispute
Not
that.
whether.
Oh my God, no. How dare you?
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Scott McGinnis, thank you so much, buddy. Plevin is having trouble coming up with good questions because the McAlberts have failed to be live on his phone texting him the questions. He is like, now what? Do I attack her or creep on her? Torn. Thank you, Scott. I'm not fully in agreement that the McAlberts, I mean, listen, bro. Like, I'd say that Michael Morrissey is the one who's been making the really bad decisions here for the most part, but I don't see like the McAlberts like being like Plevin's the guy to speak for us. I'm just not seeing it, dude. I'm not seeing it. Plevin. Yeah, no. I'm not seeing it. Think about it. It's Plevin. These people are trying to get away with murder, bro. You know what I mean? Or at least getting away with covering it up. Right? So they're gonna count on this guy to be the one that I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
Whether
So
it produced it, hold on, because whether or not it produced it is based on the person who is using it. So if they did not want to find the search, they wouldn't have found it. But I'm asking you, do you think it was incapable of finding that search? Because I find it quite odd that the new updated version was perfectly capable of finding it. So until 2024, we were just incapable of finding particular searches.
Right.
Well, it turns out
Because that would have made so many cases in the past.
Exactly.
I mean, we would have been throwing so many innocent people in jail based
Right.
off this faulty software up to 2023 if it was incapable of finding basic searches up until 2024.
That's not actually in dispute, though, Lauren. They run this program and it produces certain results. And software is not always cut and dry. It's tricky, and different versions of software can produce.
No. It's cut and dry, dude. It's cut and dry. You can't fake the data. The data is there. It can't be faked. It's just there. Like, that's what I mean. Brandy Churchwell, like, laid it down better than anybody. And I mean, it was fantastic. I think I know she was supposed to be on Melanie Little. Is she on Melanie Little right now? Kind of sucks that I'm missing that, actually. I just didn't know when it was going to be.
Sometimes different results, and sometimes that it takes a level of deeper digging to explain that, which Ian Whiffen did. And I can pull this report. I'm going to pull up Ian Whiffen for you. Hold on one second. I can pull right up on the screen. And this is, let's see if we can see this. All right, that's as big as I can make it, but I can read it too. So this was a blog entry he did in December after he was brought onto the case. And so clearly he's talking about this case, though he doesn't mention it here. And I'm not going to bore people with the whole report, but I'm going to read just the very beginning and the very end. He says the timestamp value is being mistakenly used as an indication of the visit time of the URL in the same record. And why wouldn't it be? We have a record with a URL and a page title and a timestamp. It's even called last time visited. It makes perfect sense. So what he's saying there is it makes sense to, when you first look at it without taking a deeper look, to think, all right, that must be the last time visited. But then he explains in his conclusion, and it's very similar to Jessica Hyde's conclusion, if you've seen it. He says, so ultimately, while the timestamp value can be indicative of when a URL was visited. It is actually the time that the page before loaded. The normal navigation, for normal navigation, it's probably not more than a few seconds away from reality. But likewise, I can also visit a google.com page and not actually submit a search for days, weeks even. When I finally do submit a search, the timestamp will reflect the time that the previous page loaded, not the time I performed this specific search. So I think.
Okay,
You want to
if
respond
that's
to that?
the
Go ahead.
case, if that's the case, wouldn't they still have been able to find that it was at 227? You're saying that the prior software was incapable of finding that. But now you're saying this new updated version found it. However, even though it found it, it was mistakenly read. You're saying that Jen
Right.
McCabe pulled up a Google page. She just
See, people are jumping to this weird conclusion, and they're dismissing common sense because they're allowing the smoke and mirrors by the prosecution by bringing this bullshit up and saying this expert said that there's just software, blah 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 blah, right? And they're trying to say that the data and the software has the ability to go back in time. That's basically what they're trying to say. When you watch Brandy Churchill's video, it's clear. There's you cannot, just because you're not going to overlap a search that happens at 6:27 over a search that happens at 2:27 a.m. It doesn't make sense. There's no flux capacitor in the iPhone. It doesn't happen. So everyone wants to act like it's the most obvious thing too. It's just the most obvious thing. But because they say they got an expert that works at Celebrite and twisted what his statement says, because in his statement he never says anything about the 227 search didn't happen. He's just saying that the 627 search or 624, whichever time it was, did happen. That's all he's saying.
She just kept it there, waited on it for several. She pulled up a Google page at 227. Lord knows what she's doing at 227 on Google. Then she sat there and waited. And then when Karen Reed asked her to, she made that search in that particular page that she had opened up at 227.
Yeah, she just opened up the window.
And not only that, the prior software was incapable of finding that.
That's fucking retarded, bro. That is like Plevin, dude. Like, you have to see how stupid that sounds, dude. Like, you're insane if you can't see how stupid that sounds. Of course that didn't happen.
It's not that it's incapable, it's that the newest software may have produced an incorrect result. But here's my position on 227, okay?
Okay.
I'm not a forensic data person. Okay, and I've had to study forensic data way too much in the last year because of this case. I'm still not anywhere close to a forensic data person, all right? And for me, when I began on this case, on Turtle Boy's first article, I immediately saw a series here that might be useful to me because this looked like the conspiracy of our times, a really fascinating case, and it could be useful for my channel. So I began a series called Framed with a question mark. Okay, so I was leaning towards conspiracy, but the reason I was leaning towards it was because of the 227 search. There's no question that if Jen McCabe made that search at 227, yes, there was a cover up. There's no way she would coincidentally make a weird search like that while supposedly unknown to her, a friend of hers
Y'all in
was
the
going to
chat
be
are
dying
killing
of a
me right
launch
now.
just like that. Then we got to, I'm not sure which hearing it was, maybe early June. And for the first time, we got to see what Lally would say about this to prosecutor.
Yeah. He
said he disputed it.
He felt emasculated immediately when she was like, what are my thoughts on this case? And then jumped right into, I want to address some of your comments. And then, like, as soon as I mean, that was like a professional hit, bro. Like, she just rolled up in there like the movie Wanted and was just like it was insane. And dude didn't know what to do. Like his balls shrunk, and then it made him mad. Like, you could tell, hey, relax, calm down. Shit was fucking funny.
It, and he said we have an independent expert named Jessica Hyde who explains why that 227 search did not happen at that time, but happened at 623 and 624 when two other searches were made, that all three searches happened at the same time. Now, I didn't sit there and say the state is right or Jessica Hyde is right. I said, wow, what we have here is a toss-up. There's some kind of a dispute, and maybe it'll be settled by better experts or ultimately by the jury. So my position was, it's a toss-up now. It's no longer certain, and that's basically I still don't have a degree in
That's not
data,
what he
forensic data.
said.
So I look at that as though
That's not what he said. Stop it, Plevin. We've heard you say that the 227 search isn't even a question anymore. It's been debunked. We've heard you say that countless times. Don't sit here and say, oh, well, you're just saying that it's inconclusive and it's not for sure. And that's what. No, bro. You don't get to fucking backpedal now that you just got fucking schooled with just the most simple fucking thing. And you're trying to backpedal. No, dude. We all heard you, dude.
So it's pretty uncertain. And then you can add to that supposedly the FBI has found something similar to what the defense found, although we don't know. We have not seen a report on that. Meanwhile, prosecution has added someone who indisputably is a senior writer, forensic data analyst for Celebrate. So that's pretty powerful stuff. And Lally described him as the writer. Maybe he heads a team that wrote that program. Doesn't mean he invented Celebrate. It means he is the one that wrote that version that was used to find the 227 thing. So I talked too long. Go ahead.
I mean, right. He doesn't even want to acknowledge that an independent expert hired by the FBI determined that the 227 search happened. He doesn't even want to acknowledge that. Like, he won't. I mean, because this is a guy who just wants to argue. Like, this guy doesn't even believe the shit he's saying. You could tell. He just wants to argue. He just wants to fucking, stir shit up on Twitter so he feels relevant. And it's bullshit because he just spews out nonsense constantly. And somebody like this, you know what I mean? You're not gonna convince him of anything. Somebody like this, you say, hey, well, what about the federal investigation? What about that they hired somebody independently and they've determined that the 227 search did in fact happen? Oh, well, then, hired by Josh Levy. Oh, well, then he must be corrupt, and everybody that touches Josh Levy must be corrupt. I mean, and nothing to indicate and make that fucking accusation. There's no, like, when we talk about Michael Morrissey being corrupt, it's because we have him caught on so many fucking lies. That is corruption. Lying to the people is fucking corruption. Those kind of lies, absolute fucking corruption. It's not unfair to accuse Michael Morrissey of being corrupt, especially when he's under federal investigation. You know what I mean? But it's absolutely unfair to accuse Josh Levy. Why? So you can win an argument? You don't have anything to indicate that Josh Levy is corrupt.
I don't believe that's accurate either, in terms of him writing that software, because he seems to be an analyst as opposed to a writer. That being said, do you not find it odd that if it's up in the air, that it's a toss-up, that the grand jury was not provided with the information that the search may have occurred at 227?
No, because it was not the software when they ran it through the 22 version, it never produced a 227 timestamp. So there's no way the state knew about it. That's not actually even in dispute
that
law.
prior software was incapable of finding that 227 search, is what we're hearing.
When you run that software, it doesn't produce that result.
Okay, let's move on to Lucky Loughran. Do you not find it odd that Lucky Loughran did not see a body on the lawn? And not only Lucky Loughran, every single person who was in that house that night left the house having not seen a body.
Oh, let me see if I can pull up a picture for you. I didn't know you had a list of topics. It's great you did. I just I would have got some pictures ready. Let's see if I can find this one. But no, I do not. If we picture this the way,
outsmart me because I'm a moron.
Karen, all right, here's a picture. Hold on one second. So let me pull it up. But yeah, if you picture this the way we first did, maybe back this summer, where we're given the idea that Karen, that John was found on the lawn. It's, you picture this pristine lawn, and it's out there, and you would certainly see a body even at night lying in the middle of the lawn, even in the snow, right? But that's not really necessarily, that's not really the full picture of it. So let me, hold on a second. I'll take you 1 second. 34.
You're a little cunt.
All right, so there it is right there. Now, we don't know exactly where the body was found. You've got in this picture here a fire. It was 12 feet back. We know his head was 12 feet back, right? So you have a fire hydrant. There's a flagpole. There's in the middle there a little electrical box, some old electrical box. There's a bush. There's a tree. This is an area where there's no street light, so it's very dark. But there's a lot of other objects that would draw your eye. We're not sure now as far as probably when the other guests left, there was probably no snow on John, but possibly when Lucky would have been going by, there would have been a light layer of snow on him, which would have made him blend in even more. Very light layer, but that's all it takes.
It's 2 inches. So 2 inches of snow would not fully cover a 6 foot tall, 200 something pounds man. Are you saying that 2 inches of snow would cover this person? And keep in mind, Lucky is plowing the streets, and he said, had a body been on that lawn, he would have seen the body. So what do you take about that statement?
Okay, first of all, I never said he was covered. And in fact, I would say there was, depending on, he went by multiple times. He may have been treating the road between 3 and 4 and then plowed it between 4:30 and 5. We're not exactly sure on that. But even if there was only a light dusting of snow, you're talking about a body that's dark in the middle of the, and with no light, it's going to be black. Okay. And then it's covered with just even. I would have.
Sorry, do you think Lucky was driving without taillights as he was plowing the snow at 2 a.m.? You think that he had no lights on his vehicle?
Oh, those things are very well lit up. But I'm just saying, it's you. So you have a person that's partly covered in snow. So parts of his body's exposed and looks black, and part is covered and looks white. But it's lying, it's surrounded by other objects under trees, bushes, behind fire hydrants, those kind of things. And he's focused on the road. So I don't
look at how small that bush is. And to even mention the flagpole, I find disingenuous. Do you think a flagpole would be capable of obscuring a man who's lying horizontally that is over 200 pounds and over 6 feet tall?
Seriously, dude.
Well, I think the way I look at it,
talking
Lauren,
about
is that if somebody's lying there with a little dusting of snow over parts of his body, there's no light, as you're walking or driving by, and you're not looking for something, if there's other objects there, then you don't. It's not the same as having an object that stands out. For instance, if he's the only object on an empty lawn, it's going to stand out. But when there's other objects to draw your peripheral vision, since you're not looking at it, yeah, I think it's very easy to understand why John wouldn't have been seen there.
What?
Does it bother you that Lucky said that not only did he not see the body, but if there was a body, he would have seen it?
Well, one of the things that I've first decided before this case, just in other true crime cases that I've looked at, not that I am far from an expert on that, you know.
Dude, Lauren is in full control of this live stream.
But the ones that I have looked into, that I looked really, really deeply into, one of the amazing things that I found, and actually a book that covered a lot of these cases too, was even The Man from the Train, that covered up axe
Oh my God,
slayings
bro.
to about several dozen families back about 100 years ago. But in every one of these high profile cases, there's something that draws the attention of the media.
Shut up! Oh my God, I don't care!
There are always, in every one, Lizzie Borden case, Delphi murders, anything, there are witnesses that come forward ultimately that report things that just don't make sense. And so you just have to accept that in every case, there are
Bro.
going to be some witnesses that report things. We don't know why.
Yo, man, listen. I feel like I've got all right observation skills, dude. Everything coming out of Plevin's mouth is bullshit. There's nothing of substance coming out of his mouth right now. Nothing.
Maybe they misremember. Maybe they just
Hold
really
on.
want to get involved in the case.
You mentioned witnesses coming out just because they want to get involved in the case, just because it's high profile. Wasn't Lucky a little bit hard to find? Did he come out, or did Turtle Boy have to kind of search for him?
Oops.
Yeah, I just want to be well. All right, let me answer that in two ways. First, I don't know why. I'm not saying that Lucky wanted to get involved. I'm talking about generally speaking. That in these cases, any high profile case, there are witnesses that come out that don't, what they observe or what they claim to observe, just for one reason or another, it doesn't add up. And it may be different reasons. We don't know why. So I have always focused on, in every case that I've looked at, physical evidence and in these cases, data. So to me, any witness testimony that is not backed by other eyewitness testimony or by physical evidence doesn't mean it's wrong, but I start out, it starts on a very lower level to me.
Okay,
I
well,
know
let's start off. Let's get into other eyewitness testimony then. What do you think about the fact that Ryan Nagel did not see John O'Keefe in Karen's car and did not see John O'Keefe on the ground, did not see John O'Keefe anywhere, and furthermore, did not see Karen backing up at, 42 miles per hour? Did not see Karen backing up at an accelerated rate and hitting a body, despite arriving shortly after.
It's a great question. And here's how I answer it. And I can keep in mind, I am not, despite what you might think, on a side here. I investigated this for months and tried to come up with answers that met my satisfaction one way or another. So Karen and John arrived at 12:24, 12:25, right? 12:25. Ryan Nagel arrived at the same time. We don't know what time the truck that Ryan Nagel was in pulled away, but it had to be before 12. It was likely well before 12:32. 12:32 is the last time John moved. Okay. Ryan Nagel's sister, he texted her, "I'm out here." She came out, said, "We're staying," and he left. We don't know. Now, what you're talking about is the report that Karen backed up. Why didn't Ryan Nagel see this? My answer is that because he was gone. All right. So say around 12:28, 12:29, Ryan Nagel left. Okay. And then whatever happened with Karen backing up into John, that happened after that. The other part of your question was what?
Hold on.
Yeah.
If Ryan were gone at that point, then when he arrived, wouldn't he have seen John in Karen's car?
Okay, so that was the other part of your question, and I was getting to that. So Karen pulls up in front of the driveway. The Nagel truck parks behind it, and then Karen pulls forward to the edge of the property. So they're pretty good distance between them. He's not paying attention. He's in the car with two other people. Who knows? Probably smoking a doobie or something. I'm just guessing. I don't know what kids do out on a night like that at that time.
I don't know what these wild kids do.
Then he pulls off after his sister says she's staying. He doesn't have a particular reason to pay attention there. Notice that he never sees John get out and walk into the house.
Well, she would have already hit him. right? I mean, if she couldn't see him, if he couldn't see John because he was laying on the lawn, then why was there no visible damage? Why did he deliberately say that there was no damage to any of the lights? They were all luminous. And no damage to the car. So if John O'Keefe is not in the car, then he's on the lawn. And if he's not on the lawn, and if he's on the lawn, then that means Karen Reed hit him and broke her tail light on him. Right? So, but if the lights are working and there's no damage, well, then he can't be on the lawn. So he must be in the house. Simple. He must be in the house. There's no other place for him to be. According to Ryan Nagel's statement, there's no other place for John O'Keefe to be.
Yes.
You never see John walk up the driveway or anything like that. And then when he gets to the car, the only thing he remembers seeing, and remember, we all process memory a day later, sometimes multiple days later. He remembers seeing Karen sitting there with her hands on the wheel. He also remembers something else, though, and this is important. He remembers that the interior light was on. So what I would guess had happened at that point was that John was in the process of stepping out of the car, and that's why the interior light was on. He didn't say the car was empty. He just said he only remembers seeing Karen. He doesn't say the passenger seat was empty, although it might have been. He might have been standing right there, and it just because of there's no light and the interior light was on. Whatever human beings process when they're not expecting something.
I'm sorry. If someone is stepping out of the car, doesn't that create more visual for them to see? You would see a door opening, wouldn't you? If someone was stepping out of the car, and he explicitly said that he did not see John O'Keefe in the car or outside of the car. Having a door open and close, wouldn't that provide more visual effect and more memory and be even more memorable than an interior light being on? And furthermore, it wasn't just him in the car. There were other people in the car who also, so even if his memory is processed differently, we have other people in that vehicle also who did not see John O'Keefe. Does that not bother you at all?
No, I haven't seen any testimony on the other people. Maybe you have, and you can fill me in. I only know Ryan Nagel's testimony.
See, but I mean, they were in the car, but why didn't they take their statements? Their statements would be public. They're all adults. Why didn't Proctor or Buchanan or Tully take their statements? Right? Ryan Nagel wasn't even driving. It was his truck, but he wasn't even driving. So why weren't these other adults interviewed?
Testimony, and that depends on the timing, right? So he's driving up. He's not driving. His friend is driving. Who knows what he's looking at? He's looking at the radio. He's doing whatever. He's texting on his phone. He doesn't see. So it's possible that John was getting out just as they were pulling up. So it's a matter of we don't know, but we do know that they never saw. Not only they didn't see him in the car, they certainly never saw him get out and walk into the house. So I think it's even more likely that they would have saw that, and they never did. But it's hard to say what someone will see or they can't see. So I want to be consistent. So I don't want to say that John didn't go in the house because Ryan Nagel didn't see him go in the house. Because I think it's very possible that John could have got out and walked into the house and Ryan's texting on his phone and doesn't see it. So for me, the evidence that John did or didn't go into the house had nothing to do with what Ryan Nagel saw. And likewise, Ryan Nagel said he didn't see John. He didn't say he saw an empty passenger.
You see what he did there? Like it was almost slick, but he's like, well, Ryan Nagel texted on his phone. He didn't see anybody go away. But here's the thing. I'm gonna debunk that right now because not totally debunk it. Is it possible that he was on his phone? Possibly, sure, but unlikely, highly unlikely. Why do I know that? I know that because Ryan Nagel, if he's on his phone, there's no way that he would have been able to come up with all of the detail that he provided. He provided not only the fact that the car had no damage in the back, he provided the fact that her foot was on the brake, lights on, foot on the brake, all of the lights luminous. He says as he passed, he saw Karen Reed in the car, or a female in the car. Nobody else in the car with her. The light was inside. The light was on inside the car, inside the SUV. Didn't see anybody else there. Saw that her hands were at the 10 and 2 position on the steering wheel. Does that sound like the kind of detail that someone would remember if they were sitting on their phone? No, this is a guy who was paying attention to everything, and he would have absolutely seen John O'Keefe standing next to that SUV. There's absolutely no fucking way that Ryan Nagel would have seen all of that and not seen John O'Keefe standing next to the SUV if that's where he was. What do you say, Eternal Boy? This chat is filled with every douchebag account on Twitter, and Kevin somehow considers himself fair and balanced. Right. I mean, the company you keep should tell you everything, you know? But yeah, I mean, have you been on 34? Like, have you been by 34 Fairview at night, Turtle Boy? Are there street lights out there? Like, is it luminous? Is the street luminous at night? I'm curious about that. I started thinking about that today, actually.
It's interesting. He said, I didn't see John at any time. So it's not a positive. He's just something he didn't remember seeing John. And the only thing he remembered was seeing Karen sitting there and the interior light on. That's the only thing he remembers. Well, do you have any testimony from the other two?
Just as for more witness testimony, does it not bother you that no one at the party saw the body lying in the snow? You're saying, okay, right. You said it was because of the pole in the bush. Okay, you know what? Never mind. Let's move on. What do you think about the fact that the FBI said that the injuries were inconsistent with a car crash or car getting hit by a car?
So glad you asked that question.
I can't wait for this.
First of all, the FBI didn't say that.
Yeah, here we go. Alan Jackson said it, not the FBI. The dude is filing for a motion to disqualify and dismiss, man. That means the burden of proof based on that motion and that motion alone or those two motions, the burden of proof is on them. They have to be able to prove this shit. If they're going to sit there and say that shit, they have to be able to prove it. There's no way that they're going to say that shit in open court without being able to back it up with some receipts that the FBI came to this conclusion. I mean, this dude's thinking is just fantastic, bro.
And I have the clip here. I'll pull it up after if you want. But
this guy just says words, bro. Like
what Alan Jackson said
does
was that the federal government hired an independent accident reconstructionist. We don't know who that person is or what team they are. We don't know what their report is.
No, we absolutely do. Independent. You fucking dickwad. Independent. That's what team they're on. There is no team. What do you mean we don't know what team they're on? Of course we do. We know that they're independent. They're not on any team. They were hired by the FBI. They were hired. I mean, you got to be kidding me, dude. Like, how can you be this stupid?
We know nothing about it.
I mean, how can you be this stupid? Like, it's a serious question. I'd love a serious answer, like, quick.
I'm retarded?
Got it. Okay. All
about it. We just have the sentence or two sentences that Alan Jackson used. And I can tell you something, and as a lawyer, you know this very well. Defense lawyers twist things. They take little
Excuse me,
things
as
and
someone who we're not allowed to twist things. You could only,
You're talking
not
to a
allowed to
lawyer,
lie.
bro.
You take an oath.
no, you're not allowed to
the
lie, but you
office.
can walk right. You can walk very close up to it. And
You're not
so,
allowed to distort the truth. You have to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
and guess
as
who
an
was
officer of
just
the court,
Yeah, you're obligated by an oath, which was mentioned numerous times in the motion to dismiss, and that is that your interest has to be the interest of justice. It's it. Nothing else. See, this is the thing. This is the big problem with this case. This case is about a police officer who was found deceased on the lawn of another police officer, and nobody's stories match. And there's a lot of shady shit going on. And if there is any case, and I mean any case, that I've ever seen that requires every single person involved in it to have only an interest in justice for that fallen police officer, it is this case. Only an interest in justice. Only. Nothing else. This case cannot afford for anyone who's involved in it to have anything to gain other than justice. And I'm talking about the defense. And this brings me to my next point, because this is also very fascinating. Because everything that we've seen from the Commonwealth has not been in the interest of justice. No decision that Beverly Canone has made has been in the interest of justice, it seems. But the defense, all they're required to do by law, by oath for their client, is to create doubt, make the jury doubt. And there is more than enough evidence of this. Evidence that can absolutely do this, where they could just leave it at that. That is their job. That's it. That's all there is to do. That's all they have to do. But they're taking it a step further. They're accusing people of lying, covering up. They're accusing people because the shit just doesn't add up. So the fact of the matter is, whether you like it or not, the only parties that seem to be acting solely in the interest of justice based on their actions is Karen Reed's defense. And Turtle Boy, of course. And Bradle. I mean, this is undeniable. This is absolutely undeniable. You cannot deny this. This is not a theory, it's an observation. I mean, I challenge anyone to dispute what I just said, because all I have to do, I mean, the easy thing to do is just sick Olivia on him. That would be the easy thing to do, but I could do it easily myself. Prove everything that there is nothing that the prosecution is using as evidence that cannot be poked 100,000 holes through for a jury to have doubt. It is the easiest thing in the world for every piece of evidence that The prosecution is claiming to be some sort of smoking gun against Karen Reed. At the very minimum, they can create doubt and say that is not evidence and that does not prove that my client is guilty. Everything. DNA on the truck, microscopic pieces of taillight in the clothing that took 3 weeks to be logged into evidence from the picture of where we saw it laying on the floor in the hospital. 3 weeks. 3 weeks. And you found microscopic pieces of evidence in that, and I'm supposed to be like, okay, as a juror, I'm supposed to be like, that's all good. No way. No way. I mean, think about that shit. And then 5 undocumented searches. And what initiates these 5 undocumented searches is the off-duty or the no longer retired, I guess the retired chief of police of Canton just happened to be driving by, just chilling, driving by, and oh, look, a taillight in the road. I bet that's evidence. I mean, and then there's 5 undocumented searches that recovers all these pieces of taillight. And I'm supposed to, as a juror, just be like, yeah, that sounds about right. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. In theory, that alone, me not having a law degree or anything like that, in theory, that alone is enough to exonerate Karen Reed in court. Case dismissed. There's no way you're going to get 12 jurors to look at that and be like, what? Y'all don't see something fucking wrong here? There's just no way.
Guess who was just warned about doing that very thing?
Both the Commonwealth and the defense.
Okay, let's read that statement and let's look at both sides look at it. All right, so this is from.
That's my point. It's just a drop. It's a drop in the bucket. That one example I gave. It's a drop in the bucket. Lauren made excellent points just starting off. My problems with this case is how the prosecution fails to provide the defense with what could be exculpatory evidence. That's exactly my problem too. That's exactly my problem too.
I'm just going to make this full screen so people can see it. I copied this out so it would be easier, but these are the exact words of Judge Canton. And that's why I use both. But
okay, the
so
only
people wouldn't
reason
think I'm trying to isolate.
You're trying to highlight the red as if she's particularly calling out Attorney Jackson, except what she's doing here is saying that he's on a temporary license, and so he's simply included in this. But the way that you highlighted it in red, I feel like you're trying to imply that she is specifically pointing him out, but it's simply because he's not an attorney in their jurisdiction.
Okay, that may be fair, Lauren. Let me just read the whole statement for the benefit of other people that haven't read it.
It's more than fair, bro. It's more than fair. She knows the law and you don't. It's more than fair. It's you not knowing what the fuck you're talking about. Her pointing out exactly what your fucking little effort was to try to imply something that wasn't so, and she explained why it wasn't so. Plevin.
Although the court declines to issue an order, it stresses once again that both Commonwealth and Defense Counsel must adhere to the rules of professional conduct concerning extrajudicial statements. So this was something that the prosecution had tried to get during the summer, the defense team to stop. They had a motion to have them stop doing press conferences on the stairs, and that motion was denied. And in this most recent motion to dismiss or sanctions against the district attorney, they were complaining about his odd little press conference in September. So just continuing, this includes Attorney Jackson, who has the privilege of practicing in the state on a temporary license granted him by this court. In addition to counsel's out-of-court conduct, this is both of them, the court also reminds counsel of their legal and ethical obligations while appearing in this court. And so then she cites the rule, candor towards the tribunal. It is, for example, it is unacceptable for counsel to misrepresent or distort facts in impounded documents, to file and argue a motion without required supporting documentation, and to fail to comply with orders of this court. So I would say the last part applies to Lally, to fail to comply with orders of this
Really?
court. You don't think
You
so?
wouldn't find not turning over evidence to be not complying with the court orders?
Mm-hmm.
As he
Yeah,
was, you don't
yeah,
think
yeah,
Lunchbox?
that's
Yeah,
what-
Lunchbox Valley. Oh, okay, so sorry, I thought you were saying Jackson for a second. Yes, that is.
See, I
that
both
is
sides. You give me the benefit
That
of the
is
doubt.
correct.
I try to both sides. So yeah, so I'm moving down and starting there. So and fail to comply. See, I think the judge wants to be balanced here. So this clearly and where this most
doesn't.
recently applied to Lally was when she had ordered him to share the federal materials with the third party or with anybody relevant to this, and he didn't comply because he thought the protection order prevented him from giving that material to the third party lawyers, and so she was not
I'm
happy
sorry.
about
What
that.
are
But I
you
think
which evidence are you saying that the protection order
okay. So in a
prevented?
couple
Are you
hearings,
talking about when he was saying it was work product?
no, this was from. So remember, the defense motion was to get the phones of Kevin Albert, Brian Higgins, and
Right.
I forget who else. But so in order to they based that
Right.
partly on information that had
And
been
lest
revealed
we
in the
forget,
federal material that was.
lest we forget, Kirk 71, not only has he not complied with a single order, Judge Bev thinks that it's funny. She makes jokes about it. It's a joke that he doesn't comply with her orders. You know, orders that could exonerate an innocent woman. Right. You got to love it.
That was handed over. So the judge said, but you were required to give this to their lawyers, so the third party lawyers there. And he had not, because he thought the protective order prevented him from doing that. Because federal, right. So the judge was upset. Now, basically, I understand that you were confused, but you need to comply with my orders. So I believe that is directed at Lally. Okay.
Right.
To file and argue, the second part I have in blue, to file and argue a motion without required supporting documentation. We don't know. That could apply to both of them in little cases. But the first thing, and I think this is what seemed to be on her mind the most because it came first and it came after the mention of Jackson, is that it is unacceptable for counsel to misrepresent or distort facts in the impounded documents. I think
Nowhere
that's
in
huge.
there, hold on. Nowhere in this paragraph does it say that this statement is directed towards Jackson. Simply because
No.
she mentioned Jackson
Smash it with
immediately
a hammer.
proceeding,
They
because
took a
she
hammer.
mentioned all attorneys and then mentioned
They fucking took their phones and fucking smashed them with a fucking hammer. Fucking cross-sucking fucking hammer.
the out-of-state attorney. Doesn't mean that this statement is directed at Jackson.
Of course not. But I can give you examples that ever since the beginning of this case that we've been watching these hearings, he does this all the time. So, for instance, there is no gap in the library video. And I fell for it too. All right.
Based on what?
And I remember, so when I watched back in June, and Alan Jackson made a big deal about the gap in the library video from 1237 to 1239. And when I watched that, I was waiting on the edge of my seat for Lally. What was he going to say? And he really didn't say. He said, "Well, they got the same material we did. What can I tell you?" And I was very frustrated like that because I'm naive and I didn't understand how this process worked. And the prosecution is really not gonna do anything to
So how did you like that?
That's not
I want to ride that horse again sometime. Ooh, yeah.
how video works. That's how video worked in 1987. But nowadays, these cameras are all motion triggered. So
Where do you get these fucking
what
idiots,
happened
huh?
is
Where
Karen
do you
didn't
get
go
'em?
by the library. There are other ways to go home. And we see, if you look in the material that's listed in Discovery, you have video from Cassie's Corner convenience store and other places. So they're clearly going to show that she didn't go that way, but they don't want to tip their hand to that
Why?
now because they don't
Hold
have to.
She would have to, if she was going south on Fairview Road, she would have
Yeah.
to pass the library. Going south on Fairview Road is truly the only
Like
the
logical.
only reasonable way to go
Right.
home, the only like reasonably quick way to go home. Why would she go the long way around? Furthermore,
Right.
if she hadn't gone by the library, then we wouldn't have heard her heels clicking in the recording that we have of her on
The
the
garage,
we would have
yeah.
heard her driving in that recording. We have a recording of Karen Reed. We know that she was home shortly after she would have passed by the library. The time that she would have passed by the library is 12:37 through 39.
Are you
So
saying that that's,
it-
are you saying, let me just want to make sure you understand what you're saying. Are you saying that the reason for that is because it would have taken her longer to go home another way, so she wouldn't have been home at that time? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I used to calculate that in as kind of this is what time she got home, and for that reason. I can only say I've never seen, it's not in any of the documents that I've seen. So our only word, I don't even know where that comes from, to tell you the truth. It just comes from Turtle Boy. So that's obviously something that the defense gave him. I really don't know whether it's true or not.
Oh my God.
Do you have any information on that? Have you read any documents that show that she got home at that time?
Well, we know that her feet, we could hear her feet clicking in the audio.
What
Right.
document is that in though? Because I've never seen it.
I don't think it's in a document. I'll try to find that evidence as we go.
Okay. All right. Yeah. And maybe somebody in the audience can help us. If you guys know where that evidence is, reach out to me or to Lauren, and we'll look at it. If anybody knows exactly where that is. So I never was able. I took that as a fact in this.
Spicoli, is that the best way to get some tasty ways, bruh?
Case for a long time, but then I was never able to find it. So I don't know. But maybe that's not to say it's not there. So, but if you look, and I could pull up the map if you want, and I've never been to Canton, but you can see there are different ways to go. And if you go by Cassie's Corner Convenience, it doesn't take you by the library.
Why would she? But that's a longer route, is it not?
It's a little bit longer, probably.
Y'all are
you know,
just
but
like, this
So
guy's
why would
fucking
she
stupid.
go by that route? And also, if we wanted to show that she went a different route, why wouldn't have anyone proven that? Are there no cameras?
Well, submitted in the discovery material is the camera from Cassie's. Now that doesn't mean it's there for that reason, because she also would have gone by that later after 5 when she
You
was
see,
out.
like the nature of his conversation, like all he's trying to do is just like debunk shit, you know? Like he's coming from a nature of argumentative, you know, of being clever. Get away from that. It's gonna fall on you and you're gonna get hurt. Like he's coming from just having a nature of being argumentative, and that's it. Like there's like the place where the things he's saying is coming from is not coming from a place of educating himself. It's not coming from a place of being like, okay, I have the chance to actually talk to an attorney and let's see what they have to say, you know, in regards to this. So yeah, it's
out looking for John. So we don't know. But the reason she might have gone that way is, remember, they didn't know how to get to 34 Fairview, so they had to search for it on Waze. And so she may have just been backtracking the way that she went. But, I don't know. We don't have the evidence on what way she went. Did she turn around? We just don't know this yet.
Nuh-uh, for real?
Okay. Does it bother you how mishandled this entire prosecution has been?
The prosecution or the investigation?
The investigation.
Okay.
That's a fucking straight up question right there. Like, dude, how can you fucking have eyes and not have a problem with how this investigation was conducted? And literally like every fucking aspect of it.
And both,
yes,
actually.
But with this extreme caution, we're getting all of this from the defense. And in terms of the investigators, they can't answer for themselves until the trial or maybe after the trial. So they're not able to explain things. And so a lot of this stuff looks bad at first. Even some of the times when they've said the evidence, he'll stand in court, Jackson, and say, we sent this in and this information was not sent to us. But then you find out it's not so clear because they didn't sign something or they so I think this is probably a lot of gamesmanship that goes on in a trial.
See, Plevin keeps clinging on to that thought. He keeps clinging on to, well, we don't know what the prosecution is going to use when this goes to trial. We don't know what kind of aces they have up their sleeve and blah blah blah. That's bullshit. Like, if you really use your eyes, you could tell. You could tell with the arrest of Turtle Boy. They're planning on basically the majority of their prosecution is going to be a defense against the defense. The defense is going to just nail people with cross-examination, and the prosecution knows this is going to happen, so they're trying to prepare for it. But the thing is that the prosecution also, there are too many things that tell us what they're planning on using because of all of the motions that have been filed. When they had to defend themselves, do you think that they're not going to disclose their ace in the hole as far as evidence goes in order to defend themselves against a motion to dismiss and disqualify? They told us everything in that document. Because if they have to defend themselves against that motion, they have to basically say, this is why this needs to go to trial. Because we have this, and this is what we think is going to convict Karen Read. That's exactly what they did, and they gave nothing that can't be completely debunked. Nothing that can't have doubt. Nothing that can't be riddled with doubt by the defense. It's very easy. So, I mean, they don't have shit. Prosecution has nothing. There's no ace up the sleeve. And you know how else we know this? Because they're desperate and they're making desperate moves, like filing for motions that people can't protest in front of the courthouse. They made desperate moves by setting up Turtle Boy through Lindsay. Desperate moves. That desperation tells me that they have nothing on Karen Read. Nothing.
Trial as to whether or not this investigation was bad or not, I don't know. And it's really, really difficult to say that based just on defense statements. Does that seem fair?
Well, I mean, there are certain things that we can know for a fact are bad, and we don't have to rely on the defense. So, for instance, the fact that John O'Keefe's clothing were not put into evidence immediately after. It took over a month in order to put his shirt into evidence. Do you not find that to be poor investigation skills? Furthermore, they collected blood sample from the snow in red Solo cups. Do you not find that to be poor investigation skills? Further,
Yeah, look,
do you not
okay,
find it odd that the Canton police noted that there was shards of cocktail glass, some glass that is typically hard to see when it's shattered and in the snow because it's clear, that they were able to find that, but it wasn't in their report. And only Proctor found and the state police found the alleged taillight glass. Does that not seem odd to you at all?
Yeah, let me answer. Let me take on those three, and then you can add to it because I'm sure there's probably a lot of other things, but I won't be able to remember more than three. So we'll just do those three. But the first one was the clothing, right? We saw the picture of the clothing on the floor in the emergency room with Michael Proctor standing there. Don't think that photo is indicative of anything because the clothes would have been torn off John by the ER staff trying to save his life. But as far as
what?
when the clothes,
You
well, the
genuinely
ER,
believe the clothes would have been torn off by
They would have
ER
been
staff, despite the fact that he
taken.
was clearly dead at that time?
He was not pronounced dead until 7:47. So they were trying to save his life.
Okay.
So they were. So that's what I'm talking about is the ER staff. I'm not talking about the investigation aspect of it. They're taking his clothes off to try to save his life. And people have had their lives saved when in situations of extreme cold like that. So
how is that a
but
response
as far
to
as
the
him
point she
putting that, let
made?
me just close this screen.
Well, how is that a response to what she asked? She asked a very simple question. Do you not find it odd that it took over a month, which is actually, as my understanding, 3 weeks, but she thought it would took over a month, but it's tomato when it comes to chain of custody of evidence. So 3 weeks, let's say 3 weeks, give Proctor the benefit of the doubt. 3 weeks it took of them cutting off his clothes, taking it off, singing him a lullaby as they took it off. Who the fuck cares? They threw it on the floor. Who knows what's on that fucking floor? And it wasn't entered into evidence for another at least 3 weeks. So, yeah, that's odd. And red Solo cups. Yes, that's odd.
Screen I left open there. As far as Lauren, the process of the clothing going into evidence, the only thing I can say about that is I have never been part of a murder investigation, and I have no idea if any of that is usual or unusual. So it's not that I'm saying it's shot.
You don't have to be part of a murder investigation to know that that's unusual. All you have to do is actually watch a trial, or 2. I recommend 3, so that you know. Even some Law and Order. That's not going to hurt. You know, they touch on chain of custody, on things like that, shows like that. I mean, it's not that difficult, man. Like, you know, that is a cop-out to the answer to that question. Well, I've never been an investigator, so it's not my place to say whether that's odd. No. I've followed enough cases, and I've seen evidence presented in a court of law many a time. And the chain of custody is absolutely something that is discussed, that is absolutely addressed while there is a police officer sitting on the stand explaining how they collected the evidence, what they did with the evidence. Someone even wears a glove when they open it up, sitting in a courtroom, because the purpose of collecting that evidence is for that very moment when someone is sitting on the stand and you can present it in a court of law. And it's no good if it can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. It's no good. It means shit. Like once the defense tells a jury that those pieces of taillight were recovered after 5 undocumented searches, that was followed by the chief of police just happened to be driving by, whose department isn't even involved in the case, and he just happened to be driving by and found this piece of taillight and was like, oh, let me call up my buddies Proctor, Higgins. Like, Berkowitz finding that shit isn't weird. Nobody thinks that's fucking weird. Berkowitz finding that, and then 5 undocumented searches by Proctor, followed by. Give me a fucking break, man.
Shoddy or not shoddy, I just have no idea. So we're taking, and it's their job to do it. So this is not a criticism, but we're getting one side of it. That's their job, is to find anything that they can say looks a little bit irregular or looks out of the ordinary. But I have no idea how to compare that to any other case. What's the process? What does it go through before it gets into the evidence room? I'd love to know, but
you think it's typical to not put evidence in the evidence locker immediately preceding? You think it's typical to wait? You think it's typical
no,
to
and I
collect?
don't.
Hold on. You think it's typical to collect blood samples using red
Well,
Solo cups? I mean, even if you've never been a part of a murder investigation before, have you ever heard of the red Solo cup method of investigation?
Yeah, and I was going to get to that, but I wanted to try to finish answering the
The
clothing
red
thing as best
Solo
I
cup
could. And it's
method
just
of
that
investigation.
if we found out that
I
that
love it.
clothing was sitting in the back of a trooper's car for a month, yeah, something really is wrong with this. All right, I just don't know
Oh,
of the
you
documentation.
think?
I have no reason to think that clothing was sitting somewhere. You can tell me if you think it was, or is it just a paperwork thing that says how it was, when it was processed or things like that. I don't look at that because I have no idea of knowing what goes on in that. As far as the bloody cups, the blood in the cups, I always thought that was an example of really hardworking cops thinking on their
What?
feet, because they're root cops of thinking, of really hardworking cops thinking on their feet, because they're root cops. Okay, they're not now. As everybody knows, there's another instance where Alan Jackson tried to deceive the audience and the judge in the court, although the court's not going to be deceived. In Massachusetts, with the exception of Boston, Worcester, and Springfield, which are large cities that have their own homicide departments, any other suspicious death automatically goes to the state police. So none of those cops in Canton were trained on investigations like that, and they don't have evidence kits in their car. They're root cops. All right. So
They don't
but what
have
they
any
saw,
evidence bags.
any what?
Any
Bags? I'm
evidence
sorry.
bags.
I don't know exactly what they have and what they don't. But to me, my interpretation is I see cops that knew that normally you wait until the state police get there. However, it was during a blizzard. This was perishable evidence, so they did the best they could to preserve it. They thought it might be valuable because they thought it might be someone else's blood, that if he had gotten a fight. So but go on.
Okay. What do you think about the fact that the Canton police did not find any tail light? And it wasn't until over an hour later that anyone noted red tail light in the snow. So they found clear shards of glass, but they couldn't find red tail light.
Yeah, and this is really the key question, isn't it? And when I talked to Aiden late in the summer, this was his main reason for believing there was a cover up here, was that the clear cocktail glass pieces were found by the Canton police in that morning around John's body, but the red taillight piece was not found until the state police CERT team came and dug up the snow later. But there is the actual answer there. And this is why these cases are so fascinating. So we have to find out what happened to John, but he ended up 12 feet onto the lawn. So there must have been a pretty high speed collision there. And
Very
my
high
thinking
speed,
is
going backwards.
yeah,
Like
sure. Yeah,
Karen
Jeff?
has
See, here's the thing. Let's talk about that for a second. Never talked about this before, but let's talk about it for a second. So, John went back flying 12 feet, right? Karen reverses at 27 miles per hour, nails John, and he goes flying into the grass, right? That's what happened. That's the prosecution's theory, right? Explain to me the marks on his arm. Because if he didn't get road rash, right? I mean, if he got road rash, then why is it only on his arm? But how could he have gotten road rash if he never touched the road? When Karen allegedly hit him with the SUV in reverse, he went flying, landed in the grass, 12 feet, right? How did he hit pavement? At what point did he hit pavement and get road rash? I mean, it makes absolutely no sense. Why are those injuries and that nature of those injuries only located on John O'Keefe's arm and around his arm? Around his arm, not just superficially right on the front, around his arm. You know what I mean? It doesn't add up. Right, Petty Patty. Not only that, how did the taillight fragments get under the snow under the body 12 feet from the road? Right. How'd that happen? I mean, a fifth grader could think of the physics in this and go, no. No. That makes no sense.
Has some killer driving skills, literal killer driving skills. If that's what happened.
She drinks like a pro. She can drive like a pro. But
Wow. Okay, hold on. So you think a drunk woman was capable with precision to drive rapidly at someone from it, and you would have to have a distance in order to gain enough acceleration. And you think that a drunk woman was capable to drive with such precision and then get away with it?
It's a great question. So let's come back to it just in a moment. Let me finish with the glass, though. Okay. Because it's a key. It is an important thing, Lauren, and I can understand why that type of evidence still bothers you. So I will give you my explanation, and you don't have to accept it, but maybe you haven't heard it before. So, he's knocked out of his shoe, which is a classic sign for a pedestrian collision, by the way. He lands. His head is 12 feet on the lawn, so he's multiple feet onto the lawn. Okay, and the grass around him it does not have snow on it because his body temperature kept that snow from collecting and building there. And that's where the clear pieces were found of the cocktail glass. So to me, the cocktail glass, after the vehicle hit him and whatever position, and that's the key, we have to figure that out. But the glass was in his hand, it sent him back. And the laws of physics, when that momentum was put on his body, whatever was on his body, if he's holding something, if I'm holding this pen here, it's going to go with me with the same force, the same momentum that was put on that object. And if this pen comes out of my hand in midair, it still has that force on it. So it's going to go more or less with me and end up with me wherever I land. So the cocktail glass was visible because it was in the area where there was no snow. But the pieces of taillight went through a different experience. If Karen did strike it.
I don't know, Plevin. I think we need visual aid, buddy. I think we need visual aid. What do you think, guys? I think we need visual aid. Hold on, I gotta see that again.
I need to see a software.
Oh,
Where's the grass? Where's the grass, bro?
right.
remotely. Yeah, I see the overlay now. Those
Yeah.
don't look remotely similar. Like
I think they look
remotely
pretty.
similar.
I think they look
The
very.
red, look at how little the red is covering in the top right hand. And I don't know
Yeah,
if you know how bright like
right.
white LED is, but it is
Mm-hmm.
pretty freaking bright. And that red wouldn't be, that little shield wouldn't be enough to be as red as it is in that footage. It would be glowing bright white right now. Instead, you could see that it is glowing red in that footage, in that
Yeah.
picture that you have right there.
Sure. There's a couple of things to address in that. One is that the brake light is not on right here. Okay. So that LED light would not be on. Okay. We'll show the whole video and you see after when it comes on, but that's not on at this particular moment. The brakes are not on. So hopefully this clear video. Another thing to bring up though is this is recorded from a Ring system that's using night vision. And so there's an algorithm that is adjusting this video. And this is why you probably need experts to explain all the different aspects of it that we can't. But just keep that in mind. This is a processed video that's processed through an algorithm that's part of the Ring camera system's night vision. Okay.
So are
but
you blaming the night vision on the red glow then? And if the lights weren't on, why is there any glow at all?
Lauren, when you look at this picture here, does that tail light look intact to you, or does it look like this piece is missing?
Well, it looks like it's slightly broken, just like very consistent to her backing up and hitting John's car, as we
But does it
see
look-
in the red Ring footage.
Does it look like this piece is missing?
Good boy.
It looks like it's slightly cracked. It does not look like the whole thing is missing as the picture in the top right-hand corner. No, they do
I
not
would,
look the
all
same.
right. I would grant that the picture in the top does not exactly match what we're seeing here, and I'll give you a couple of possible explanations for that. But like we have to see the X-ray.
Okay, like I mean, let me just keep playing this.
But clearly there are pieces missing here. I don't think there's any
As-
question that there's.
Yeah,
You don't
as
think
is
so?
consistent with her backing up and hitting John's car. However, the added pieces missing, the fact that there's more pieces missing, and they're blaming those pieces on hitting her, and those pieces were not found at the original investigation is worrisome.
Okay, so let's grant that point for the moment there. So what you're saying is that there might be more pieces missing than are visible right here, but you're agreeing that there definitely are substantial pieces missing, right?
As consistent with her backing up and not nearly as substantial as the picture on the top right hand. It looks like cracks. In
Right,
fact, the whole thing is glowing red, except at the tippity top you see a little bit of white glow.
We'll see if we get a better picture of it. But
That looks red.
But does it look like there are substantial pieces missing?
Not nearly as substantial as it later was after they started
Okay,
blaming.
possibly. Now let's just look at this though here. This is
We also okay, go ahead.
well, so this is just a picture of the driveway. You recognize it. Do you see any pieces in the snow?
I don't know if you would be able to see that finally, because once again, I don't think the pieces that are missing, it could also just have been a crack. So just because there's a
Oh
crack,
no,
doesn't mean
it's
there's
definitely not a
pieces
crack.
in
You can
snow.
again. I thought
And-
we had agreed that.
Like
I
there
thought
was-
we agreed that.
There was a couple of things about Annie's podcast where like stupid little things, but to me they're a big deal because not on her end. I'm just saying, like, Jennifer McCabe and Carrie Roberts supposedly, according to one of the police officers' reports, they claim the light to be cracked, not broken, not shattered. Now Annie says shattered, I think, in her podcast, but no, they said cracked. So to me, that matters, considering all of the dispute going on with the taillight. It matters. Yeah, this is. I mean, there's nothing about this case that is normal, that is every day, that is, I mean,
Agree that there are pieces missing.
And even if there were pieces in the snow, doesn't mean we would be able to see it on this footage.
All right, that's all right. Sure, that's a fair point. Maybe we wouldn't. We know the police didn't find any, but
And we don't know if it cracks. And also, furthermore, if it cracks, doesn't mean you would see it in the footage.
Like I said, clearly, if you look at this piece here, there's a pretty substantial chunk missing, and it's not. And it's at least. No, I'm ignoring that top picture. I'm just looking at the driveway video that's focused in on here, that's zoomed in on. You can see there's a substantial chunk missing. There also may be another explanation for why another piece is missing from this. I don't know if you know this. and it's going to come out at trial. And I've talked about it a little bit, but maybe it's time to talk about it more specifically. This is evidence that's in discovery now, but my knowledge of this comes from before it was in discovery. So
Now, why
again, I
didn't
apologize. It's time.
I have a question? Why didn't Jennifer McCabe say anything about whether or not there was damage to Karen's car? Because Jennifer McCabe saw Karen Reed pull up, told John to tell her to fucking pull behind her car, and then saw Karen Reed go and pull to the side of the house, but never saw Karen hit John with the SUV, never said anything about whether or not there was damage to Karen's vehicle. I mean, all of these people at this house saw nothing.
It's time to let it out, So Karen did an interview with a reporter. Her lawyer was there, and she talks about looking in the driveway at the broken taillight. And so Yannetti was there, and this is on audio. This audio will be played in court. And in the interview, she describes seeing a substantially shattered taillight, and she even describes seeing wires. And she describes, and the reason you might wonder why was she saying this, because it seems crazy now. But what she was saying was that she took off a piece of the taillight and dropped it in the driveway. And the reason she said that was because
they saw her drive away too. They saw her leave. You're going to tell me from the front door or the front window, you're not going to see John O'Keefe laying in the lawn when you're watching Karen Reed pull out? At no point. You saw her car pull out and then go the direction that would be pointing to the lawn where John O'Keefe would be laying, and her headlights didn't illuminate the lawn, and Jennifer McCabe didn't see John O'Keefe laying in the lawn. She didn't see him get hit. She didn't see him laying in the lawn. And she saw Karen Reed drive away. But so basically, Jen McCabe saw literally everything throughout, from the moment she pulled up to the house to the moment that she left the property. Jennifer McCabe saw all of that, but did not witness John O'Keefe get struck by Karen Reed's car, didn't see John O'Keefe's body in the lawn. Okay, I'm supposed to believe that, right?
The state police lied when they said they found nothing in the driveway because I took a piece off myself. Now, that would have happened after this. That would have happened presumably back with Kerry and Jen, so a half hour later. So
wait,
what
you're saying
here,
this what you're talking about is in discovery right now? Karen
it's in
saying
discovery, but it's in discovery, but I had information about it before it was in
Can
discovery.
you show that?
No, it was only put in
And where
discovery.
are you getting your inside information?
Okay. I have information outside of this, but I can't share it. Why bring it up? Don't bring it up, because she's going to ask you for receipts. She's going to say, okay, well, where did you see this shit? Like, don't bring it up if you can't prove it, dude. Nobody's here to take your word, Plevin. Nobody.
Information.
I'm sorry, you'll have to trust me on this one or not. It's if you don't.
No, just out of curiosity, like, do you have? I just want to know who your inside sources are.
Yeah, it's a
Can
source.
one of them have some crusty panties?
One of the things about sources is that you can't. Sources don't want to be revealed. You don't reveal them. That's not the same as lying about them. But
so, does
just
one of your
sources,
when you come talk to her, do you get a whiff of crusty panties? That's all I'm asking.
And I want to say too, I don't use derogatory nicknames for anybody on this channel, so please don't use that.
I mean,
That's a turtle boy. That's a turtle boy nickname for someone. It's disrespectful.
Okay. Does it not bother you?
I've never used it.
Okay, if that is your inside source, does it not bother you
not,
that person? Okay, that's not. So you're not speaking with said person.
I've spoken to her, yes, but you're gonna hear this audio at trial. Okay. And that, but
now I hope y'all are comfortable, because I just made another pot of coffee. Okay. I would like to get back to what this live was initially about, which was that motion. And I want to watch that interview with
with this attorney whose name is slipping my mind right now, and I apologize for that. But the one that Turtle Boy did last night. But yeah, I started reading that, and then this happened, and I was like, I'm not missing this.
Even without knowing that, you should be able to look at this picture here and say, yes, there are substantial pieces missing. I know it's troubling because it's not what you've been hearing, but you can zoom in here. It's not altered. It's not edited in any way. And you can see that there are substantial pieces missing there. They may not exactly match.
What purpose
What?
did you have to speaking with Miss
Mark
Antes, if not
Randazza.
for?
Thank you.
Listen, I'm not going to ask you again, please. If you can talk about anybody you want, refer
Okay.
to them by their name.
You know that she has impersonated me and contacted multiple politicians and state representatives in order to attempt using my name, made a fake email address, laurendelagoon@gmail.com, and contacted multiple representatives to try to defame Aiden. You know that she has also created false court documents and presented them under perjury of the law. Does this not bother you if that is one of your sources that you're relying on someone who is?
Lauren, I didn't mention her as a source. You're mentioning her as a source, okay?
But you
And
mentioned that you talked to her. So what purpose would you possibly
I
have?
talked to a lot of people.
speak
I've talked to Aiden.
But you
I talked to
haven't-
Aiden too. I talked to a lot of people, and you try to get.
But you haven't denied it yet. I mean, it's easy. Like, you want to move on from the subject? I mean, you're falling right for exactly what she's doing. She's practicing trial law on your dumb ass right now. Like, you're legally speaking, what you are to her is a mat dummy in a fucking UFC training facility. That's what you are. She's just grappling around with a mat dummy right now. And you're too fucking stupid to fucking see it. But here you are, not denying at any point that Krusty Panties is your source. And she's doing it to fuck with you. I don't even think she cares that Krusty Panties is your source. I don't think she gives a fuck. I think she's just trying to see if she can fucking prove that she is. Just for her own entertainment. She's trying to get something out of this fucking conversation. I don't blame her.
Try to get information and you weigh it. And that's Kate is not really a major source for anything. I haven't talked to her in a while. I like Kate. Now, as far as her relationship with you or any of that stuff, I don't know anything about it. But if you want to go down that road, we should always have the thing about a standard is it applies to both sides. So do you apply those same standards to Aiden? But I don't really want to go down this road because I just want to talk about the evidence and have a respectful conversation about the Karen Reed case, if that's okay with you, Mark.
Okay, that is fine. I had a couple of more questions. Does it not bother you that Julie Albert texted saying that we need to give Proctor a gift the day that Karen Reed was arrested, and that Proctor did not respond with, "Oh no, that is inappropriate. This is a murder investigation," but rather responded, "In fact, just give it to my wife Elizabeth instead." Does that not seem like fishy?
It seems like poor judgment to me. Yeah.
Well, why do you think she would do that?
I can't explain the whys of these things or whatever goes on, but I don't think it's evidence for a cover-up because, again, I try to look at the fundamental evidence of a case. But even if you want to go down to motive, there is nowhere near enough motive for Michael Proctor to risk his life by going into jail for many years and the livelihood of his family to take the extremely risky act of planting evidence in a murder case. But listen, hold on, just give me a second, Lauren, if it's okay.
I need to take a breath. Hold on.
Different aspects. So, for instance, risk versus.
This is Kevin right here, bro. Like, you ever wrestle with a sibling? You know what I mean? Or actually, a better example: get in a fight in a schoolyard, right? Or watch a fight in a schoolyard. Let's just say you saw a fight in a schoolyard. Everybody's seen this fight happen at least once. Both kids are talking mad shit to each other, and they finally do it, and then somebody fucking gets the better of the other and is like, and then the other one's like, "Hold on, bro. Hey, hold on, bro. Hold on. I need to catch my breath, bro. I ain't scared of you, but I need to catch my breath, bro. Chill. Hold on. Hold on. Don't throw no more punches, bro. Hold on. I need to catch my breath. My chest hurts. Hold on." That's Plevin right now. This is fucking great.
Versus versus the ease of doing something. So if the only time that he had access to that SUV was after it was towed to the garage, or in theory at the garage in Dighton. So but at Dighton, Karen was there with her family. It was under ring surveillance, so it really could not have been tampered with in Dighton. And then you got a 45-minute tow to Canton.
Does it not bother you that he said that the car was towed at 5:30, but based off actual video footage, it was not towed. Or sorry, it was towed at actually 4:12. So that would have given him plenty of time to actually tamper with the taillight. No?
Yeah.
Over an hour, is it long enough to tamper, grab a piece of glass and throw it on the floor?
Sure, I remember all those pieces of this case as they came down the beginning, and you have to distinguish between things that might be just clerical errors or mistakes in paperwork and stuff like that. And you have to look at
nobody is here fucking trying to listen to you fucking suck your own dick over how well you remember things, bro. She wants to know, stay on task. She wants to know whether or not you find it fucking suspicious that there was this fucking hour fucking difference between the time that he actually did have the car towed and the time that he said. It's a simple fucking question. Who gives a fuck about how fucking good your memory is? Just fucking answer the question. Is it shady or is it not shady?
look at the actual evidence. So forgetting about what was in the report.
Clerical
Please,
error.
Lauren, can I get? Yeah, I haven't even answered
Well,
the last
you said it
question.
was clerical error though, and we know that Lally blamed it on daylight savings, but we know now that daylight savings couldn't have affected it because the software that they use for the timestamps is automatically updated with daylight savings.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't get into the nitty gritty of the reporting and stuff like that. I try to look at the hard evidence, and the hard evidence here
Bro,
is
I
that
love
Karen's
this.
SUV.
I gotta hear that one more time.
Timestamps things, but we know now.
I haven't even answered
Well,
the last
you said it
question.
was clerical error though, and we know that Lally blamed it on daylight savings, but we know now that daylight savings couldn't have affected it because the software that they use for the timestamps is automatically updated with daylight savings.
The hard evidence here is that Karen's SUV was in the garage until 5, then it was out until 5:30, then it was in the driveway but under ring surveillance. Then John's family started arriving about 6:30. So it would have been nearly impossible to tamper with it at any point at that point. Then after Karen's dad brought her back to John's house from the hospital, they drove it to Dighton, where it was parked in the driveway under surveillance during a blizzard. The driveway had to be plowed in order to take it out. It's put on the tow truck at 4:18. It arrives in Canton sometime after 5 at the police garage. Okay. Then the main piece of taillight is dug out of the snow. You can see on the news footage the team beginning their search and walking out. There's a news crew there. You can see them all walking out with shovels. Okay. It's dug out from underneath the snow at 5:45. Where was the time to tamper with that evidence? Where was the location? The Canton police garage has 24-hour surveillance. It's surrounded by other people coming and going, getting out of work. You had to tamper with that at what? At 10 past 5, and then race to the crime scene where the CERT team is setting up in his news crews and walk out there and bury it deep inside the snow. That to me was the turning point in this case where I was like, that is extremely unlikely.
Well, they lied about the time in which they towed the car. Do you not find that odd?
Now
within that time,
I gotta interject there, Plevin. That would be unlikely. Normally, that would be highly unlikely that cameras wouldn't pick up them showing up with Karen's SUV. That would be very unlikely if Berkowitz didn't find the piece of taillight later. So the fact that Berkowitz is already involved in this in some fucking shady manner, that means to me that he has, is it unlikely that he has some sort of pool in the Canton Police Department where he could maybe make certain surveillance disappear, maybe make certain surveillance not pick up certain points? Is it so unlikely to think that? Now, normally that would be a crazy, insane theory. But is it though? Because is it any more unlikely that Berkowitz just happened to be driving by and found this piece of taillight, which initiated 5 undocumented searches conducted by Proctor following that? Would that be unlikely? Which is more unlikely? You tell me which is more unlikely.
they would have. I don't understand how you don't see that they had that spare hour, considering that they did not tow the car at 5:30 like they said that they did.
But it was so. Are you suggesting that maybe 5:45 is not the time that they found the taillight piece? That it might have been later?
No. They found it at that time, but the time in which they said that they towed the car at 5:30.
Right,
They actually towed the car at 5:15.
Right, and we see that from the video image that Turtleboy posted on his website back this summer that shows it was leaving at 4:18. So it was towed at 4:18. It's a 45-minute drive to Canton, and so it couldn't have got there until after 5. Where was the time to tamper with that and go out to the
Well-
the location and bury it in the snow in front of all those other people. So unless all those other state cops
Do
were
you
in on it,
have any? Sorry, do you have any evidence that the crime scene was being monitored the entire time? You're talking about buried in front of, because it doesn't take long to take a piece of glass and put it in the snow.
Because the possibilities are absolutely open as to how that evidence could have been planted. You know how I know? Because that area was not taped off. Because no protocol was followed, no usual protocol in preserving a crime scene, especially one that involves a slain police officer. No crime scene is ever that carelessly preserved because it wasn't preserved. So, based on that knowledge, that fact right there, because that is an undisputed fact, based on that, yes, anything's possible. Anything is possible. Anybody could have absolutely placed that taillight there unnoticed. Absolutely. Why not? If we know that the crime scene that the crime scene was not preserved properly, then that leaves anything open to possibilities. Anything. That's what you call reasonable doubt. All of the smoking gun evidence against Karen Reed is not smoking gun evidence. It's presented that way by the prosecution, but it's easily debunked.
You definitely had plenty of time to do that if the car got there at 5 and it wasn't discovered until 5:45. However, what are you claiming? Did you know for a fact the crime scene was under surveillance and that the crime scene had crime scene tape? Where is any of that footage?
okay, so they're kind of separate questions there because we don't know during the day. I talked to a neighbor that saw them twice try to set up crime scene tape, and it was a blizzard, so it kept blowing down. But whether the scene was adequately monitored during the day, I do not know. But we do know that the key question is who was there after 5. So what's the earliest that whoever, Trooper Proctor or somebody else, I mean, Morrissey has shown that Proctor wasn't there or said that he wasn't there. It would be strange for him to say that and have it turn out to be all these other cops that were there. Nobody would say, I saw him there. But so whatever trooper raced there, what's the earliest they could have got there? If everything went Mission Impossible well, maybe they get there at 5:15, 5:20. So at that time, the state police are setting up their floodlights, and we don't know what time the news trucks arrived there, but I would guess that those things take a while to set up. And we've seen the footage of the CERT team beginning their search. So go ahead.
You don't think there's enough time between 5:15 and 5:45 to take a piece of glass and put it in the snow?
I don't think there's enough time for a trooper to arrive and walk out in front of everybody else and bury this thing in
You
the
keep
snow.
saying everybody else, but then you also keep mentioning that.
Who is everybody else? Who is everybody else when we don't have when the scene hasn't been secured? Who is everybody else?
You don't know that the crime scene was actually properly monitored,
There
or
you
whether or
go.
not there was any
There you
yellow
go.
tape.
No.
There you
Lauren,
go.
I said I don't. You're talking about it in the afternoon at 1 or 2 o'clock. But there's no question the CERT team was setting up after 5, and that the news crews were there. So at 1 o'clock, yes, if they could have had access to the taillight pieces at 1 o'clock, then yeah, maybe that's more possible. They could have gone out there and done something. But that's the key thing. That was the key thing for me, Lauren, is that once I found out where the car was during the day, and it was so unlikely that anybody could have accessed it earlier, the only time that someone could have accessed that car was after it was towed to Canton. And that just doesn't leave enough time to go out onto a crowded scene and bury that.
Okay, but just to be clear, we don't know. So you're saying because they began setting up at around 5, that is enough to secure the scene? And do you not find it odd that they didn't secure the scene before then? That there was like 12 hours and the scene was just open?
Right.
Okay. As far as earlier in the day,
why was there no wellness check on the home from the initial responding officers? Why didn't the initial responding officers knock on the door and say, hey, listen? Why didn't they walk up to Jen McCabe and say, hey, listen, explain to me what's okay. So you don't live here, but your sister-in-law does? Okay. And you're telling me that he's married to another Boston police officer? Okay. I need to go in there and talk to them. Make sure everyone in the house is okay. That's exactly what any responding officer would do in a situation like that. Why wasn't that done? Why wasn't a responding officer, for the sake of everyone's safety, there's a dead or dying police officer under suspicious circumstances lying on the lawn of that property?
Um, think about that. I mean, why did the responding officer not do a routine wellness check on everyone else in the home? It's an emergency. It could be an emergency. You mind if I take a look around the side? Well, my sister's sleeping. Well, I mean, I got to wake her up and make sure everybody's okay. I mean, there's so much wrong with this case. It's not even funny. Like, it's funny that Plevin can actually sit up there with a straight face and act like there's
Whether it
not.
was secured or not, I do not know. And whether it was, if it was not, it was during a blizzard. If there was not at least a Canton police car sitting there all day monitoring the scene, then that's very disappointing. And I do not know whether there was or there wasn't. Nothing really surprises me with police investigations because it seems like everyone I've ever looked at is full of inefficiencies and little mistakes and stuff like that. It's just nature of the beast. A lot of people doing the work and some of them aren't as motivated as others. So, but the key thing is 5 o'clock. It has to be after 5 o'clock when that happens. So who was there after 5 o'clock? So that you've seen, if you look at the picture of the news crews, that street was jam packed. And I would guess those news crews probably started at least by no later than 5:30 because they dug out. I'm sorry, not the news crews, the CERT team walking out with the shovels that the news footage shows. That's probably at least 5:30 and probably earlier because it would have taken a little time to dig out that piece.
Look, it would have only taken approximately 5 minutes from the Sally Port to 34
See,
Fairfield, but
Plevin's trying to split hairs.
so your timing, he would have had time from the time that the car got to the Sally Port to go there, and then if they didn't start securing the scene until 5:30ish and start searching for the glass until 5:45, that would have given him approximately 30 minutes, and it only takes 5 minutes, 6 minutes.
So, in your opinion, knowing that the car left at the tow truck left at 4:18, what is the earliest that the trooper could have arrived at 34 Fairview with that piece of taillight?
Tow truck, it was 4:12, I thought.
It was 4:18, but yeah, you can go at 4:12 if you like.
Okay. So if it's 4:18, and it takes about 45 minutes, they would have gone 5 minutes, or they would have arrived around 5 at the Sally Port, and then it would have taken a 5-minute drive to go.
Splitting hairs.
So
Well, you still got, but you still have to. The truck has to. The SUV has to be unloaded by the truck. You have to make sure there's no one watching, and then
why can't you just grab the glass while it's on the truck?
Well, isn't the tow truck driver going to see that?
You think the tow truck driver was monitoring it the entire time?
Yeah, and so do you think he tampered with it?
That?
Do you think he tampered with it before it was in the garage? Is that what you're thinking, or?
I think he tampered with it.
Why did the tow truck driver not report any damage to the car or record any damage to the car? Why did he? I mean, apparently the policy is to take photographs if there's any damage to the car so that they're not liable. So they didn't take pictures of the car because he didn't see any visible damage.
With it as soon as possible. I think it's possible that he tampered with it as soon as he could.
Just when were those possibilities, though? Is what I'm trying to say. I mean,
as soon as they arrived at the Sally Port, they were capable. How long do you think it takes a car to get off of a tow truck? It doesn't take that long.
I'd say a few minutes. It takes a few minutes.
So then let's add 2 minutes then. That doesn't change it significantly.
All right. So again, if everything is this
I'd say realistically,
split the difference. So it's towed at 4:15.
I'd say realistically, it takes maybe 2 minutes. Like, think about a microwave, like, okay, so you just got to lower the goddamn thing down, you got to lower it down and then you unhook it. Done. I mean, it's not some complicated process. Hooking it up is different. Hooking it up probably most definitely would take longer, but bringing it down off of the truck, I mean, that's maybe a minute, maybe 2 tops.
4:15. It's a 40 to 45-minute drive, but it's also during rush hour during a blizzard. So we'll still be err on the side of caution and say that it arrives at 5, like you said.
Hold on quickly. My computer is dying, so if I disappear, that's what happened.
Okay.
And I'll come back on my iPad with poor quality camera and poor quality mic, and I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay. Because my computer is dying, I say that we wrap this up really quick.
Okay. Sure.
Okay. So just to be clear, you're saying that there's no time to plant the taillight, even though it would have arrived in the Sally Port around 5, and we agree that, and the glass wasn't found until 5:45. The Celebrite, the version that they used wasn't capable of finding the 227 search, and because it's in the new version, and we're just reading the new version wrong. You're saying that there actually is no missing library footage. The library footage turns on and off based off motion sensors, and she also chose to go the long way around instead of going back the way that she always goes.
She's
which would
No,
go
she went the way she
through the
knew. It was her first.
library.
I love it. She's recapping. She's badass. Like this entire time, she was building a case against Plevin. She built a case, and then she got him to testify, and these are her closing arguments, basically. So let's recap all of these things that you just said.
You say she always goes. It was her first time going there, so she went the way she knew. She went the way they had came. That's a very normal thing to do. She went home the way they drove there.
It was her first time ever being in that area.
As far as we know, she's not from Canton. They had to search Waze to find out how to get there. So John had not been there before either, even though he's living in Canton.
So you're saying Waze, which always takes you the quickest way possible, in this particular moment took the longer way, and therefore she didn't pass the library.
Hold on, Lauren, there's no evidence to use Waze to get home. They used John's Waze to get there, and John, as you know, had his phone with him. So she probably just went home backtracking the way that she just came, if that makes sense. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. You're saying therefore she went the long way instead of
or she put in her fucking GPS where she was going, like fucking anybody would do if they're in a place that they've only been to the first time. I mean, if she's wasted, hammered, drunk, right? She doesn't know where the fuck she is. I mean, why not? And why wouldn't it take her the most logical, most reasonable route? Right. And if she backtracked, she would have turned around. Exactly. Which she did not do.
instead of using her own maps, she remembered the exact way that she went, and then instead of using her phone for GPS, she just remembered where she went and went that direction. Therefore, not passing the library. We didn't even talk about the marks on the arm and whether or not that's consistent with glass shattering or dog scratch. But I'm sure you would say it's due to glass shattering.
I don't know what it's. No, I would say probably not. But I don't know what caused it. The only thing I do know is that it was not caused by a dog attack. That's not.
Oh, you know this. Okay.
Now done. The defense isn't even arguing that anymore. It was proved there was no canine evidence on the clothing. That part is done. They're not even going to argue.
No, the defense is no longer arguing it. Uh-oh.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. I think we.
Thank you, Wendy Williams. Wouldn't they normally take evidence photos of the SUV with the broken taillight, not just the pieces? Great point. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Wendy Williams. So I love this shit. He's saying that the defense isn't even arguing that it's a dog. No, the defense said that they're not looking for DNA. That's what the defense said. When the judge brought it up, she was bringing up DNA. And she said, okay, you're not looking for DNA when it comes to the, you're looking for canine DNA. And Yannetti was like, no. There's a real simple explanation for that. The reason why they decided they were not looking for DNA from a canine was because they didn't even take samples of John O'Keefe's arm injuries. I'm going to say that again. They didn't even take samples of his arm injuries, even though a Boston police officer, oh my goodness, Diane 5, thank you so much, gifted 5 memberships. Oh my goodness, congratulations to Lana Del Turtle, Rachel K, Lisa B, Dreamscape, Tammy Holcomb. Congrats, guys. Thank you so much, Diane G. So, right. I don't, they didn't even take samples. Again, listen, they didn't even take samples of John O'Keefe's arm injuries. A police officer who is laying there, and there is an autopsy of a police officer who died under suspicious circumstances, and he has all of these injuries on his arm, but they never even took samples of those wounds. They cannot test something that they never even took samples of. They can't test something, they can't test samples that do not exist, that were never taken. Why were samples not taken of those injuries? If there is a police officer who died under suspicious circumstances and you are trying to prove that he did, why would you not take samples of literally every single abrasion on his body? It makes no sense that they would not do that. So the defense is not arguing DNA. They're not looking for canine DNA and not testing for canine DNA because there's nothing to test for canine DNA. There's nothing to test.
Do that. It was not caused by a
Okay.
dog attack.
So now you're saying the defense is not going to say that that is a dog scratch. Just
I personally don't
okay.
think they're going to bring up. They're not going to bring up 227 at trial either.
Okay, we'll see. You're saying that there's no damage on the car because of the angle in which you hit him. The tail light was more damage in the photo than we can tell based off just the photo. And actually, Karen Reed even broke the glass even more with her hand and threw it on the snow. That it's may have been a little bit odd that it took them over a month to put their clothes in evidence, but we don't really. You and I, we're not legal evidence handlers.
I don't
We
even know
the
that.
actual process
You're
for
saying that. You're saying it took them a month to put it in
no-
evidence. I don't know.
no
I'm not
one
admitting that. I
saw-
don't know that.
I only have 1% battery left. No one saw the body because it was obscured by a flagpole and a bush and a fire hydrant. Yeah, it was kind of bad for Julie Albert to offer Proctor gifts, but like, hey, we don't know why. Could have been for any reason. Maybe it was his birthday coming up. I don't know. And that's about it.
Well, you only have 1%,
fair?
so I'm not gonna use up your time if you don't want to. You're welcome back anytime. There's plenty of other aspects of this case we can discuss. But for me, yeah, I think I've made already. I don't want to repeat things I've already said on this stuff. I would like to add one thing if I could. The reason I don't think 227 will come up in this trial is because you're going to have Jen McCabe, who's never committed a crime or anything like that. She's not Lex Luthor. She's a soccer mom, right? She's got 4 girls.
She basically just laid it out like, dude, so you're saying this shit. This is what you're saying. This is what you're sticking to. This is, are you, is, and then Plevin says that 227, Jen McCabe's Google search won't even come up in trial. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that the defense is going to have some way of doing so. I'm sure that they are going to have some they've got some plan in place to bring up this 227 search. But here's the thing. I do worry that Auntie Bev will not allow the jury to hear about the 227 search. That has to be entered into evidence, and Judge Bev is going to have to approve of it. And I am of the opinion that she is not going to approve that. So if that's the case, then, then Plevin's right. But how does Plevin know this? Because he doesn't know this for the reasons that I just explained. But how does he know this? That the 227 search won't even be brought up in trial. So, again, Judge Bev has to approve that evidence. She has to approve whether or not, because the prosecution will absolutely object to it. Make no mistake about that. They'll absolutely object to it. And then when the time comes, and if the time comes where Judge Cannoni decides, okay, well, the jury will hear the 227 search data and we'll hear from both experts. That's when we'll hear from the prosecution and their harebrained, insane fucking theory that the 227 search and the 6-something search, which are worded differently, are the same search. So yeah.
Girls, she's going to be sitting on that stand, feet away from the jury, testifying for days on this case because she's a witness to several aspects to it. For the defense to sit there and try to suggest that she is this cold-hearted sociopath planning the murder of her friend, making searches like that while her friend is out there, if they can't prove that, it does tremendous damage to the defense because now they're not going to believe anything else the defense says. And the risk of that is if the jury starts tuning out the defense, if they try to claim that, well, even if Karen did hit him, she didn't know it, that's gone. So that jury's going to give her second degree. So I do not believe the defense is going to bring up this third party culprit theory or the 227 or any of that nonsense at the trial.
Okay.
I'm very confident.
It's not so much.
Defense is going to try to claim that, well, even if Karen did hit him, she didn't know it. That's gone. So that jury's going to give her second degree. So I do not believe the defense is going to bring up this third party culprit theory or the two.
Oh, no. He's wrong there. Plevin is 100% wrong there. If the defense can bring it up, they will. The question is whether or not Judge Bev will allow the jury to hear it. That's the question. It's not a question of whether or not they plan on bringing it forward in trial. They brought it up in the preliminary hearings. They brought it up in evidence hearings. I mean, they'll absolutely bring this up. This is damning. That's evidence, that's data that could absolutely exonerate Karen Reed. Of course they're going to bring that up. Why the fuck would Plevin think? I mean, even though he just explained it, no, he's wrong. He thinks that this defense isn't going to take the risk. He thinks that they're not going to take the risk. He thinks that they see, there's a lot wrong with what Plevin just said here. Plevin just said that they won't take the risk because if the prosecution disproves this theory, which he believes that they can, the prosecution disproves that the 227 search took place, then it's going to make them look bad to the jury. That's Plevin's logic. Okay. But the problem with that is they have a federal investigator, an independent, not hired by the defense, not hired by the prosecution, an independent federal investigator with 3 PhDs. Well, that's the SUV thing. That's not the phone thing, but they had an independent investigator look into this. I mean, the question is whether or not Beverly Cannoni is going to allow evidence from the federal investigation to be used by the defense. That's another question.
The 227 or any of that nonsense at the trial.
Okay.
I'm very confident.
It's not so much that she planned the murder as much as he was in my opinion, he was injured, and then she covered up what had already happened for the love of her friends and her family. But anyway, thank you for having me here. Sorry for the quick ending, but my computer's gonna die.
That's
so
okay. Thank you,
for
Lauren.
being
Very nice to meet you.
Okay. Nice to meet you too. Okay.
All right, guys. Thank you for being here.
Bro,
it was nice to meet you.
Like, dude, she fucking destroyed you. Way to go, Lauren.
Hey, Lauren. I was hoping it would maybe be a little bit more just friendly discussion, but I think she didn't tell me she was going to do this. She prepared to grill me. But that's okay. That's all right, because that's just a way of other people, particularly on her side of this debate.
So, you know how I know that Lauren fucking schooled your ass? Is because as soon as you kick her off, or as soon as she leaves, you didn't kick her off, in all fairness, but as soon as she leaves, you attack her and accuse her of attacking you, and you play victim. That's how I know that Lauren schooled the shit out of you. That's how I know that Lauren mopped the fucking floor with you. That's how I know that you just looked stupid. That's how I know that you know, Plevin. Because now you are up here playing victim. Whining about how she came at you and you weren't ready for this and you should have been ready, homie. You knew you were going to take on a lawyer. You knew you were. You thought she was a lawyer. You thought she was an acting attorney. She had to correct you and say, nope, not yet. Haven't taken the oath. Haven't been sworn in as an attorney yet. But so, like, oh, what's up, Lauren? It's good to see you. Great job. Yo, one more time for Lauren, y'all. One more time. if I could find my little clip here. I mean, like, let's hear this fucking dude sad fish one more time, bro. Like, this is fucking fantastic to me. I love this shit.
Nice to meet you too.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
All right, guys. Thank you for being here. It was nice to meet Lauren. I was hoping it would maybe be a little bit more just friendly discussion, but I think she didn't tell me she was going to do this.
She wasn't disrespectful to you in any way, shape, or form. She wasn't even in the slightest bit disrespectful to you, dude. She just fucking made you realize that you know dick about this case, that you make no sense, that your theories are based on nothing and no sound logic. That's all she did. She basically took everything you said, summarized it in the end, so that when it's said out loud, it sounds as fucking ridiculous as it is. That's what she did right there. It was beautiful. It was a fucking masterpiece, if I'm being honest.
Be prepared to grill me, but that's okay. That's all right, because that's just a way of other people, particularly on her side of this debate, hearing some of the arguments. It didn't give me a chance to present to her the reasons why I think it's pretty conclusive that John did not go in the house. But most of you guys have heard it all before. There's no sense to go into it too much at length, but the GPS is solid data, and it shows that John did not go in the house. People say that it shows that 3 seconds show, for at least that for 3 seconds he could have been in the house, but that's only if he's Superman and he has flying speed. On GPS data, you have a chip in your phone, and there's actually one in your car too, that is designed just for that. And all it does is receive the GPS signal that comes from satellites.
You know what's funny? Nobody's talking about this. That the prosecution put up a 6-foot figure to test whether or not there was a system designed in the Lexus to prevent someone getting hit. There's a whole 360 angle of a camera, and there's an alert that takes place when you're about to hit someone. Yet, magically, coincidentally, what doesn't exist is the data from Karen Reed's vehicle. No data exists. It didn't happen. So why? If we know that it's going to pick up backing into a 6-foot figure, why wouldn't it pick up the incident in question? I mean, because we heard the defense accuse the prosecution of misleading the grand jury. Misleading the grand jury because they're saying that an expert supposedly analyzed the data. Or they led the grand jury to believe that an expert analyzed the data, but there was no data to analyze. None was recovered. So
they're designed just for that. These things exist. They were designed by the military, and they exist for one purpose: location. They're the most accurate data you could have on location. There is a margin of error, though, on it, because your phone, the signal coming from there's multiple satellites usually that are hitting it, but it can be weakened by atmospheric conditions, buildings, trees, things like that. If you're sitting in your house right now and you were to pull out your phone and pull up a map that shows the GPS of it, it's going to show you not, let's say you're like me, I'm sitting at a desk. It's not going to show me sitting here. It's actually going to show me kind of bopping around. It might even show me in an impossible location, like outside a building or something like that, because the GPS has a 15-foot margin of error if it has a full signal, which it normally does. It has a 15-foot margin of error. And the way it works is it is just as likely to be.
I mean, if she backed in to an SUV or with her SUV, she backed into him, where is the data to prove this from her SUV? If we know that it records this sort of thing, there's like a black box type situation, but yet there was no data collected from this. See, I believe that there was data, and it exonerates Karen Reed. It shows that she never backed into anybody.
That's what I believe. I believe that there absolutely was data. Because the thing is, the jury's going to have questions. And I like a judge that allows the jury to have questions. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. I'm hoping Judge Beverly Canoni will absolutely allow questions to be asked by the jury. Because I know that the jury's going to have questions. Because anybody with a fucking brain who follows this case is overwhelmed with questions. So now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to continue to read the rest of this motion, because I think it's amazing. I mean, it was nice to see Kevin get schooled, but I want to go back to what this live stream was initially about, and I think that it's amazing that these people, these locals in Canton, are standing up to Michael Morrissey's insane motion to try to rob them of their First Amendment rights. So it goes on to say here that interveners suggest the following narrow tailoring devices. Any restrictions on demonstration should only be during jury selection, when the prospective jurors will be entering through the main entrance and they cannot be instructed to enter through the alternate entrances. Any other concerns about tainting the jury or witnesses should be limited to actual contact with jurors or witnesses. Any concerns about demonstrators influencing them should be addressed by bringing jurors and witnesses in through alternate access points where they may be reasonable buffer zones enacted. However, such buffer zones should be limited to 25 feet or either side of the rear entrance to the courthouse. See, this gentleman, Mr. Randazza, could have absolutely filed this motion and just been like, it's a violation of First Amendment rights, period. It's unlawful. You cannot approve this unconstitutional motion by Michael Morrissey. And we'll take it to the Supreme Court if we have to, blah, 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 blah. He could have absolutely did this, but the strategy here is fantastic because he's offering all kinds of solutions. He's saying, okay, you're saying that this might affect jury tampering and jury selection? Well, here's a list of solutions. And like you can still preserve the integrity of jury selection while not violating my client's First Amendment rights. It's a pretty novel idea. If there is a specific finding that it is impossible for a juror or witness to enter the courthouse through the back entrance, perhaps then law enforcement may be called to require the demonstrators face away from the courthouse for the few seconds it takes for that person to enter the courthouse, and then the demonstrators may continue unrestricted once that affected person has entered or exited the building. However, to prevent abuse of this narrowly tailored restriction, there should be a specific factual finding as to why it would be impossible to use the back door rather than the public-facing door to the courthouse. Okay. Now, I just thought of something. If the judge implements these suggestions by Randazza, by dazzling Randazza, if the judge implements these alternative solutions, it sounds to me in theory that Turtle Boy can attend these proceedings. Because if these people are witnesses, well, then they would be brought in by the back entrance. And Turtle Boy can do what he does on the front court steps as he normally would, within reason. But it sounds to me, in theory, that if this solution is implemented, Turtle Boy can absolutely attend the Karen Reed trial.
The Commonwealth should be restrained. Demonstrators outside the courthouse are outside the jurisdiction of this court. However, the Commonwealth is not. And the Commonwealth, having opened this subject for discussion, should have the discussion aimed at its conduct to date and its conduct going forward. The Commonwealth claims that it, too, has a right to a fair trial. It claims so, citing dicta, and seems to miss the entire point of the Bill of Rights. The government does not have rights. The government has powers, and those powers are tempered by the rights that are God-given to the people and Constitution preserved for the people. In contrast, the loss of First Amendment freedoms for even minimal periods of time unquestionably constitutes irreparable injury. See Elrod versus Burns, 1976. The bicentennial of our nation, fittingly. Interveners would suffer irreparable harm were the proposed restrictions endorsed by the court. Bruh. I mean, I'm loving this dude. I mean, this dazzling Randazza. I love him. The Commonwealth is prosecuting journalists and demonstrators alike, and its quest to act without criticism. Its authoritarianism has led to people currently facing criminal charges for standing on a street corner holding innocuous signs. See O'Neill versus Canton Police. The government reads, blah, 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 is giving it to the power to arrest demonstrators if a potential witness can even see a sign that pertains to the trial. Wow. By the Commonwealth's reading of the statute, there is literally nowhere that the demonstrators can safely operate. As I was saying before, this is why this law is unconstitutional. As there are huge roving free speech voids, the Commonwealth should be ordered to limit its application of 13A and 13B only to acts that have the intent and the effect of intimidation, not the expansive reading that it seeks in its motion. Thank you so much, Mr. Randanza, for validating my shit. Oh my goodness. Hold on, guys. I gotta step off for just a second, folks. Okay. A complete ban would delegitimize the proceedings. The public interest favors denial of the Commonwealth's motion and restraining the Commonwealth from abusing sections 13A and 13B. The courts are independent. The people presume that the judge will be free of bias and influence from public opinion. Interveners challenge the Commonwealth's view that this court cannot function if it knows how the public feels about its decisions. Similarly, the court is presumed to be capable of controlling the jury and its courtroom. See United States versus Grace in the Supreme Court. Noted, court decisions are made on the record before them and in accordance with the applicable law. The views of the parties and of others are to be presented by briefs and oral argument. Courts are not subject to lobbying. Judges do not entertain visitors in their chambers for the purpose of urging that cases be resolved one way or another, and they do not and should not respond to parades, picketing, or pressure groups. Boom! Right there. Cannot and should not respond. Wouldn't ruling in favor of the motion filed by Michael Morrissey, would that not be a judge? Would that not fall under a judge entertaining visitors in their chambers not entertaining visitors in their chambers, but urging that cases be resolved one way or another, and they do not and should not respond to parades, picketing, and pressure groups? Is she not? If she approves Michael Morrissey's motion, is she not responding technically to parades, picketing, or pressure groups? She's intervening. Yes or no? She's absolutely intervening. That is technically a response. At least me not knowing shit about the law, I would argue that. But I'm assuming that that's why they even put that in this motion. It is rare that judges and prospective jurors are ignorant of high-profile matters, and frankly, one would hardly think a jury of one's peers includes those who are out of touch with society. Demonstrations show that our system is open and fair. Lockdowns and bans show that we have something to fear. In Grace, the government tried to justify a restriction on picketing outside the Supreme Court on the grounds that it might appear to the public that the Supreme Court is subject to influence by picketers and marchers. The Supreme Court rejected the government's desire to protect it from the demonstrators, but in doing so endorsed the notion that a ban on demonstrators would likely send the opposite message. If a crowd stood outside the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, also known as MIT, with signs saying the earth is flat, would it change the minds of the astrophysicists at MIT? Great point. Of course not. There would be no harm because there would be no influence, because people, we are all perfectly capable, and under the eyes of the American vision, we are all capable of independent thought. That is the cornerstone of what it means to be a free American. A free American cannot be a free American without the luxury, without the God-given right, not luxury, but God-given right of independent thought. The capability of independent thought and the ability to express your independent thought. That is exactly what the idea of freedom of speech is meant to protect. So, according to a court with confidence in itself, should permit demonstrators. Otherwise, if it is banned for them, if it is banned them for this trial, why not all trials? Meaning, are you willing to set that precedent? Are you willing to make that decision as a judge, Beverly Cannoni? Are you willing to be the judge that sets that precedent, that robs people of their First Amendment right? Is it that there are too many people focused on this trial? Would a single demonstrator outside another trial holding a sign that said Black Lives Matter or judge not lest they be judged influence the court? Why not? If that one hypothetical person would not change the outcome of this free and fair trial, why would 100 people wearing Free Karen Reed shirts change the outcome of the trial? The hundreds of protesters against police brutality outside the trial of police officers who killed Amadou Diallo, did not affect a guilty verdict. Are the demonstrators here more powerful? Is there talismanic power Is there talismanic power in this case that does not exist in others? Such power that the court lacks the ability to combat it through constitutional reverent means? Attempts to stifle dissent will have the opposite effect. You good there, buddy? He's a baby boy. The Commonwealth should be careful what it wishes for. Should an order issue that unjustly stifles freedom of expression, liberty finds a way. Dissidents are a scrappy lot. That is true. In apartheid South Africa, the government banned newspapers from publishing stories that could call apartheid into disrepute. So newspapers simply published blank newspapers. Their attempts to shut down criticism metasized into greater criticism. Even those who were not previously drawn to the cause embraced the cause of freedom of expression. What this is referring to right here is the Streisand effect. People, the free Americans make other people fighting for liberty look like amateurs. Since April 19th, 1775, we in Massachusetts have been the OGs of liberty. Oh my God, I love this dude. As another rebellion spokesperson said, the more the Commonwealth tightens its grip, the more liberty will slip through its fingers. The kind of people who will travel from miles around to demonstrate outside a trial for months and months will find a way to protest. The Commonwealth asked for a blanket ban on protesting within 500 feet of the courthouse. This would even place the sidewalk in front of the public library off limits. It is foreseeable that there would be protests simply about the lack of right to protest. Exactly, which there already are. If we narrow the request to just content or viewpoint based restrictions, and a demonstrator cannot hold up a sign that says Karen Read, then they may hold up one that says reading is fundamental. If the Commonwealth bans that, they will hold up books. If they cannot hold up books, they will find another way. This is not to say that these are reasonable alternate avenues of expression. They are not. But the reaction to a clampdown is rarely silent compliance. The Commonwealth seeks to blow out the candlelight of liberty, and if it succeeded, it would fan those flames, not extinguish them. It will be a challenge to find jurors who are ignorant enough about this trial to serve on its jury. If the Commonwealth gets its way, it may render that quest impossible, as they will pour metaphorical gasoline on the small fire of liberty that will otherwise calmly smolder outside this courthouse. Again, the Streisand effect. This is exactly the kind of thinking behind Turtle Boy and arresting him. They don't give a shit about stomping all over someone's freedom of speech. They thought Aiden was just going to fucking keep quiet, sit there in jail, not say a fucking word. That's exactly what they thought Turtle Boy would do, and it had the opposite effect. More people are now gathering outside of this courthouse. More people are becoming aware of the inconsistencies in this investigation against Karen Read. More people are becoming aware of the clear misconduct being conducted by Michael Morrissey and those that work under him. So it is absolutely having the Streisand effect. Yes, of course. Will they be able to tell a jury, hey, this guy Turtle Boy, you can't take anything that he says seriously because we threw him in jail for 60 days for this, that, and the other. But the problem with that is that it's very easy to prove that he was thrown in jail for that purpose. The question is will Yannetti and Jackson be given that opportunity to explain this and present this to a jury and defend Turtle Boy's credibility as an investigator? Will they even choose to do so? But I feel like I feel like they absolutely have to if they expect to put any credibility behind the evidence that they plan to show the jury that Turtle Boy's investigations were the result of. Or I'm sorry, the results that Turtle Boy's investigations produced. This is, I think it's vital. It's necessary. I wonder if Jackson and or Yannetti, one of them, will call Turtle Boy to the stand. Because I don't think that the prosecution plans to call him to the stand. But I wonder, because I don't see how they can defend Aiden's credibility without doing so. Now, I'm not a lawyer. They're the stars. I don't know. But if they're looking to show a jury the conflict of interest that is the relationship between the Proctors, the McCabe's, and the Alberts, well, I think it's necessary to put Aiden on the stand. In conclusion, leave to intervene should be granted. If the court is inclined to grant any prior restraint, it should do so with a scalpel rather than with a sledgehammer. The court should tread lightly outside the courthouse. Exactly. It's a fucking slippery slope fucking with people's rights, man. And it should make its decisions as circumstances require inside that courthouse. Respectfully submitted, Mark J. Randazza. Now, what I'm going to do, folks, again, I got a full cup of coffee here, folks. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over Turtle Boy's interview with Mr. Mark J. Randazza, Dazzlin' Randazza. And let's take a look real quick. Let's see. Because again, I have not watched this yet. All right, here we go. I already love this guy, Sarah. That motion is beautiful.
He's got the discretion to allow intervention. We talk about the heart. I believe it. You hire me, that's what you're getting. I mean, I write from the
press will be there and the public will pass by, and this is therefore where her demonstration will be most meaningful. Exactly. You need to be seen. Like, who cares if you protest, a mile away? No one's going to see it. That's the whole point. She has not settled in the exact content of her signs, but she intends to commemorate the injustice done to Sacco and Vanzetti and to draw parallels that she sees in this prosecution. She wishes to communicate that everyone deserves a fair trial, and they did not get one, but Karen Reed should. Lorena Jenkinson and Dana Leonard wish for the public to focus on how this trial is conducted, ensuring that the public is focused on it and that they pay attention to it, even if the public cannot attend the trial themselves. They're aware the press will be outside the courthouse, and they want the press to see what they have to say on their signs. Lorena Jenkinson particularly intends to criticize the police and prosecutors by holding up signs in support of the Canton 9, who were previously charged with witness intimidation for demonstrating about this case. Movement Paul Cristoforo wishes to demonstrate to call attention to his belief.
Yeah, let's just make sure that everyone understands that the Canton 9 were charged with witness intimidation because they were in front of Chris Albert's house, or place of business, excuse me. Chris Albert's D&E Pizza, where he works. And that the evidence in that situation dictates that Chris Albert got butthurt about these people protesting across the street and then called Ken Mello, and then Ken Mello basically borderline intimidated the Canton police to charge these 9 people with felony witness intimidation.
That the Commonwealth, the DA's office, and the Canton police are not to be trusted. Ooh, he intends to hold up a sign that says "Free Turtle Boy" in support of journalist Aiden Carney, who has been prosecuted for engaging in journalism pertaining to this case. He also intends to hold up a sign that says "Free Karen Reed." So we'll read. I'm going to bring on Mark now to read the rest of this with us. I'm going to bring him up here. Let's see. Hello, Mark. How you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm all right. All right. Thank you for joining us. We're reading the
Don't
old
start
petition.
with that Sacco and Vanzetti might have done it stuff. I heard
What?
you.
Yes, yes. You think? I mean, what? I've read all about that case. They might have done it. I mean, they're gun-toting anarchists, like that. Like didn't no? They didn't have an alibi.
Day and age, I come on this show. You're prejudiced against Italians.
I'm not saying they
In this
did
day
it.
and age,
I wouldn't vote to convict them, but they might have done it. They might. Somebody did
I don't
it.
know. I
Somebody
wasn't
did it.
there.
Yeah,
but,
somebody did it. Anyway, so I've been reading this transcript or this whole motion here. First question is: are you worried that the colorful language of this all will turn off the judge?
Hey, maybe. But look, you hire me, that's what you're getting. I mean, I'm writing this from the heart. I believe in this.
I love that. I fucking love that. This guy is a man after my own heart right here. Absolutely 100%. This guy is like, this is my style. You hire me, this is what you're going to get. I'm going to talk about the OGs that liberated this country from tyranny. And I'm going to call them OGs, original gangsters. 100%. I love it. This colorful language does not eliminate fact.
In this. So if the judge doesn't like it, maybe the appellate court will.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Good. I mean, because Canton, so like to be clear, you're going to go in there Thursday, and you don't know if you're going to be heard on this, correct?
No, there's no guarantee she's even going to hear it. And we talked about that when they brought me on. I said, look,
hey, what time is this hearing
there's
tomorrow?
No guarantees on that.
What time is this hearing tomorrow? Does anybody know? Because I'd like to stream it, if possible.
It's she's got the discretion to allow intervention. If she says, well, it's nice of you to drive all the way down here to Dedham, but go home. Well, that just might happen. But you know what? You don't get up at plate. You don't get a hit, right?
Either way, we've already got it. We've already kind of got what we wanted because it's already made the news. It made Boston 25.
Yeah, I'll stream it as long as it's streaming.
So the word is out there, and people are talking about this. Like a lot of fucked up shit has happened in this case, but this has garnered national attention, and other lawyers have spoken out against it, and they said it's ripe for a challenge. And so it's like,
well, that's the thing about a lot of the things that the Commonwealth has done in this case that have really turned, I think, people who didn't care about the case against them. I mean, I know this has been a big deal to you since day one.
Right.
And look, you're my client, like where I pay attention to you. I never cared about this case.
Bubber, go lay down.
I got to confess, I haven't followed this case. I really don't care if Karen Reed's innocent or not. And I even had a little skepticism. Like, come on, they're framing her. This is happening. Boy, this all sounds a little weird. And then I see him start to arrest protesters. Then I see them arrest you. And I'm like, wait a minute. The government doesn't go arresting protesters and journalists when it's acting above board.
Exactly.
Now I'm interested. Now they got me fucking pissed off. It's like, come on.
Yeah, it's like the Streisand, like the Streisand effect almost. Like,
right.
A lot of people have said that they're like, I was kind of on the fence about Karen Reed, but then once they arrested you, the same people who you've accused of corruption just arrested you. It's like, They didn't care how that looked. They didn't care how that looked. Like,
no, I can't believe nobody in that office, even if the arrest, even if the charges against you were legit. And I'm telling you, don't talk about them on the air if you have. Okay, but I wow, that's still pending.
Yeah, listen. What I'll do is I will if they're streaming the hearing, if it's going to be covered from inside the courtroom, I will absolutely stream it 100%. But what now the outside stuff, like I might drop in on Tom's CPU, but I like to let Tom, do his thing, and then I like to go over it later for the most part. But like I'll stop in just before, just after, as long as I could stream the actual hearing. If I can't stream the hearing, then I'll just be in Tom's chat most of the time. But yeah.
But if I'm sitting in that office, I'm sitting in that prosecutor's office, and somebody comes and says, we want to charge him with this.
I know, Tom.
Out of your
I know, Tom, but I gotta be honest. I really love interacting with the people in your chats too. You know what I mean? Like, I genuinely love that shit. So I know you're cool with me streaming your shit. I love that. And I will, but I for my own personal benefit, what I get out of it most is interacting with everyone in your chat. I love it.
Fucking mind. We're not doing that.
Yep. It's a horrible look.
Look more guilty than trying to crack down on dissent and crack down on people who want to just stand around with signs that say things like justice on them.
Yeah. They've made me a martyr. They've made me a martyr for the First Amendment. And it's like they've made me more popular as a result of this. Like, it hasn't gone the way they think it's going to go. The way they think it was going to go.
Exactly.
And people, I cannot, trying to convince people who aren't involved in this, aren't from the area, hey, you should really care about this woman getting prosecuted in Dedham, Massachusetts over being framed. That's not something that resonates with somebody, in the Midwest, like, if you get out to Lenox and beyond, right? Who out there cares? No, nobody cares. Nobody's going to care in Ohio. Nobody's going to care in Hawaii. But you know where they're going
to go ahead.
Well, look, yeah, I would argue that what's going to really make people care is the the coverage that this case is going to get once the trial starts. People are going to be coming out of the woodwork. I've already heard multiple YouTubers who haven't even been covering the case talk about that they're going to start covering the trial and start, I've already heard this. So that's going to happen. And then on top of that, the issue, though, the reason why, at least in a perfect world, the reason why I think that America is going to care about this case is for the very reason I think this Randazza dude is going to be a fucking hero, up there with Bradle, up there with, Turtle Boy's in his own, he's in his own level of heroics here because he's uncovered so much evidence and brought so much awareness to this case. But in a perfect world, to me, these men will be just as recognized. And men and women, everybody on Turtle Boy's defense team, everybody representing the Canton Nine, and this gentleman who's representing those who hired him to file this motion opposing this motion that was filed by Michael Morrissey, which is clearly an attempt to impede on your First Amendment rights.
Yes, a certain percentage of people in Kazakhstan probably care.
Yes.
But when you say the government is now arresting journalists and arresting protesters, the question should no longer be, well, what's the underlying case about? Now it's like, hey, now you're messing with our fundamental freedoms.
Mm-hmm.
And that cannot stand. That can't be something that, even if you hate Karen Reed and you think she's guilty, this should make you concerned. This should scare the living shit out of you.
Absolutely. And you represent the Canton Nine, and tell us about where that.
Yeah.
So that you initially filed something in federal court, which
I'm
we
getting
were
my ass
surprised.
kicked all over the place here. So it's we went into federal court. We said that the police, just to summarize it really briefly, the police were harassing these protesters who were standing out on the major intersection in Canton. Happens to be across the street from a pizzeria where a witness works, and the cops came by and harassed them. And we went to the federal court and said, look, they're threatening to arrest these people for doing nothing more than holding up signs. The court was a little bit skeptical that they would actually arrest them, and then they did. So we're up on appeal to the First Circuit on this.
Well, not arrest, but file a criminal complaint. They filed
I guess they're waiting on their magistrate's hearing. So they're
3
in
months.
This,
it's been they've been waiting
they're in this
for
weird
3
limbo.
months.
Yeah, and
if they haven't figured out this probable cause by now, they're not going to find it. They're not getting charged. But it's just it's the chilling effect of it all. It's the chilling effect. It's like they don't want to drop it, and because that will just encourage more protesting. They don't want that.
Yeah, it's a beautiful situation if you are a government actor who wants to shut people down, make people be quiet, and scare the hell out of people. It's a great psychological operation. But I really hope that come election time, it means a lot to people, no matter what side of this case you're on. I mean, I know everybody on your show is pretty much pro Karen Reed,
right?
But some of these people,
dude, I gotta say, like, I had to step away for a second, but it's like, dude, did this guy fucking tap into my fucking brain? Like, this guy, like, just a few minutes ago was saying things almost verbatim that I've said on this channel. Again, man, I love when lawyers validate my shit, man. I love it.
Anybody who's against Karen Reed, that are out there that are just cheering this, man, what do you think's going to happen when it's somebody that you care about? What do you think's going to happen when it's you? I mean,
they never think that far ahead. They never think that far ahead. These people. It's the same with politics. It's like, like when we see, it's like you see with them going after the mechanism of the government going after like Trump or whatever. It's like, okay, you're cheering that on because you don't like him. I get it. But like, do you want that to happen to you? Like when your guy gets power, it's just like, do we want to keep doing this forever? Like,
right.
They never think that far ahead ever.
No.
See, I love that. Yeah. Like, that's what I'm saying is like, let's just do what fucking works right now. But you're not thinking about the overall. And I suspect it's because they don't care. They don't give a shit. They assume power. They assume power. They forget what country they're in. Because you realize how un-American it is to just witch hunt a presidential candidate. I don't even fucking like Trump, but you're not going to tell me that all of these fucking probes and indictments aren't fucking, the timing isn't coincidental, or the timing is just coincidental. You're not going to convince me of that shit. Like the timing of everything is way too coincidental to be overlooked.
A rule of, that's you were, the way you were introducing me, I tell you, is extremely flattering, but accurate. If I do say so myself, but that I don't care what the speech is. I will help out on a free speech case for somebody who wants to say something that I absolutely hate, that I'd like to punch him in the friggin' mouth for saying it.
Right.
But if
my point of that being is like, it's the same as Turtle Boy's point. Like, do they not realize they're setting a precedence? Like, exactly what if the right were doing this to a presidential candidate on the left? And some might argue, oh well, they did it to Hillary first. No, that happened. It just happened. It just happened. The probe into Hillary fell onto Comey's desk. You know, there was all kinds of controversy about that, but that wasn't initiated by Republicans. That wasn't some strategic move by the Republicans.
Don't have that neutral principle. You don't have rule of law. And that is something that I have found to be eroding in Massachusetts, especially. And that's why I made that crack in the brief about one party rule. You know, we got more diversity of political views in the parliament in Singapore than we've got on Beacon Hill. You know, they are just so drunk, they're shit-faced with power that nobody
I
wants
fucking
any
love this
dissent
guy,
at
dude.
all here.
Yes.
And, you know, maybe it is permanent. Maybe it can never be changed. Maybe for the next 500 years, you're going to have this cabal of one-party rule.
See, no, dude. I mean, that's a possibility, but at this point, very unlikely because of all the attention that's being brought onto this. I mean, Turtle Boy has he did this last night and he already has almost 17,000 views on this video. Almost 17,000 views on that interview right there. This is everyone's watching this now. And more people are going to watch this. More and more people are going to see what's happening. Mainstream media, the local mainstream media outlets are backing these protesters up because they know that it's their freedom that they're defending by giving these people a voice, by giving these people press coverage. It's their freedom of journalism, their freedom of speech that they're out there protesting for. They're out there fighting for. They're out there putting their freedom on the line for. By freedom on the line, I mean they're risking going to jail. It's foolish for any mainstream media outlet to not appreciate this. Left, right, doesn't matter. If you enjoy your freedom of press, your freedom of speech, and if you enjoy your freedom of assembly, then you have to support these people.
But at some point, somebody's got to dissent. If you
The thing
don't
about it is
like,
one
I don't
party
even-
rule, but why can't he be even in a one party state? You can still get primaried. Like we need another like Michael Morrissey's just corrupt. So just run another Democrat against him in the primary. Why not that?
But even then, everybody that's plugged into the party, that's where the real power is. It's in that back room, you know, and it always has been in Massachusetts. But, you know, I thought when I was growing up, you know, one day I'd see kind of these old guard guys.
See, that's what Tracy Ann Chasing says, because she's a local in Massachusetts and she's following this case very closely. Right now, she's preoccupied with something almost equally as important, if not equally as important. But she's said this, that there's these plugins behind the scenes in Massachusetts. Most of you guys here in the chat that are locals will agree with that. There's these plugins that are going behind the scenes. I mean, come on. It's in your face. Chris Albert sitting on the select board. Helena Rafferty. Fucking Berkowitz finding pieces of the taillight. I mean, this is fucking insane. Like, you have to be blind to not see it.
Guys go away and then maybe things would open up. No, they just brought in a new guard and gave them the same keys to the same corrupt vehicle. So they just don't see how this turns around on them. And not everybody's ever going to meet the ideological purity test that they want. And then they're going to really wish they had the right to protest. They're going to really
see. This is what this has has metamorphosized into. This is what this is morphed into. We've reached a point, and this is due to the Commonwealth's actions. We have reached a point now to where you cannot get justice for John O'Keefe without getting justice for the people of Canton and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. You cannot. There's no way to get justice for John O'Keefe at this point without holding those accountable and making sure that this never happens to another citizen again, much less another police officer. There's no way to get justice, proper justice for John O'Keefe without making real change from that inside out. That's a fact. That's where we are now. We're no longer at, okay, well, you know, somebody falling on their sword like Proctor and going, oops, my bad. And then the Commonwealth, you know, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office still being able to operate in the manner in which it's been operating. There's no way that right there would be an injustice to John O'Keefe. To allow Michael Morrissey to continue operating with impunity the way that he has would be failing to get justice for John O'Keefe. There is no denying this.
Really wish that they had the right to a free press. They're going to wish for that. Because now, you know, look, I see these people out protesting for Karen Reed. I'm like, man, it's awfully cold out there. That's what I think.
These people are diehards, man. When I was locked up, it continued. You know, they were out there every day. The movement, they thought throwing me in the can for 60 days will get all these people to stop, and it just didn't. These people love protest because they're pissed off, man. Like they are passionate about this. People are passionate about this, and rightfully so. And then for this to happen, it's just like, and by the way, we weren't planning on protesting every day. Like, it's going to be a 6-week trial. We're not doing it every day, but maybe once a week. Like, maybe just like once a week, we just like to get out there. And so let's go back to what was that?
And not now. Now, I mean, the comments I've seen from people, they're so energized about protesting now because they're trying to.
Yeah, I am definitely of the opinion. My prediction is that there will be protests happening every single day of that trial, from day one until a verdict. From day one until a sentencing if she's found guilty, which won't happen. But if that were to happen, there will be protests each and every day up until that point. No doubt in my mind whatsoever.
To take it from them.
Right.
But
right.
You know, look, that's the spirit of people. Like, you're not going to be messing with people like this. You're not going to be messing with
right. And he made a good point in his motion where he says, well, you know, what's going to happen is they're going to find some way to protest. You tell them that they can't have Karen Reed t-shirts. They're going to find some passive aggressive way that's going to express themselves still on those court steps. They're going to find some way to take a jab at Judge Bev for making an unconstitutional decision. They're going to find some way to still get their message out without using the words free Karen Reed. They're going to find some way to do it. Some cryptic fucking way to do it. And it's going to get coverage. Plain and simple. Like, this is where we're at. You cannot unring this bell. You cannot put this toothpaste back in the tube. It is happening. So at this point, if you take the rights away, this is not going to stop anybody. You're going to tell me that that this is what he means by they're so drunk with power that they don't even look far enough ahead. You're going to tell me that these people who are out there relentlessly protesting, keeping their cool, spending the energy on keeping their cool, but out there because they are on fire inside about what they believe in. You're going to tell me that Judge Beverly Canton is going to she's going to approve this motion filed by Michael Morrissey, deprive everybody of their First Amendment rights, and that's not going to light a fire under their asses, and they're not going to find some other way to protest the protest. That's exactly what he was trying to say in this motion. All you're going to do is you're going to light a powder keg. It's going to have the Streisand effect. What you think is going to happen is not going to happen. The opposite effect is going to happen tenfold. That is what will happen. You make a ruling that these people cannot exercise their God-given right to free speech, and you think they're just going to sit there and take that in the birthplace of our nation? No. I'm sorry. It's incredibly arrogant and foolish to think that these people are just going to be like, oh, oops, oh no. They said we can't do it. No, they're going to find some other way, man.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
With their arguments, you're not going to be messing with their abilities to engage in First Amendment protected activity and expect them to go quietly.
Right.
You know, people are energized by this. I mean, I'm energized by it.
I
Look,
am. This is right up your alley.
I got retained on the Saturday night before Easter.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sitting there. I'm like, I'm thinking, what am I going to do tomorrow? Well, I spend Easter Sunday, that Saturday night, and the entire day putting this thing together. So this bag of dicks can't shut down the First Amendment.
Yeah. So I was wrong. Some people do plan on being there every day. So I stand corrected.
Yeah. So Paul Cristoforo, who is intricate in organizing these things, these protests, he stated right there, Turtle Boy highlighted it. They said, yeah, you plan on being out there every day.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
He said, we absolutely plan out every single day, but in shifts. That's how organized it is. Shifts. They're going to take shifts. Clever. Really, bro?
They better be.
Yeah, especially after this. Yeah. Well, so you wrote in here that they should be allowed to do it because they are permitted to engage in legally obscene demonstration, nor should they be permitted to engage in legally obscene. They do not intend to have legally obscene demonstrations, nor true threats, nor incitement to violence, nor true fighting words. Right. So we're not threatening. We're not going to
those are the unprotected. Right. Those are the unprotected categories of speech. So,
yeah,
don't go out there.
Which they don't do. They never have done.
With, Japanese tentacle porn poop videos.
I'm going to speed this up.
And we haven't. That's the thing about us is they make us out to be this insane mob that just goes around hunting people down. There's been incident free at all of our protests. Like this rolling rally that I got like a buttload of felonies for, nothing happened. We just, a bunch of people got in cars and went around Canton and we protested outside of some homes. And then we went on our way and we didn't throw rocks through windows. We didn't mess anything up because we're not about that. And so it's really important. I think that you pointed that out. Like it goes on.
I mean, and look, we're even being reasonable in conceding. I mean, which I chose here to actually concede even some things that I think would be First Amendment problematic. And, my partner, Jay Woolman, worked on this extensively with me. He's even more of an extremist than I am. But, if they want to do it during jury selection, for example.
Right. I noticed you pointed that out.
When the jury's being chosen, now you got people coming in from all over the place. They've never been to the courthouse before. They're walking up the front steps. Could this influence them? I doubt it. Probably not. But if you want to be really paranoid and say maybe during the 1, 2, 3 days of jury selection, you're going to have to clear the front of the courthouse.
Right.
I can live with that. Right. I think we can all compromise at some point. I don't like to compromise when it comes to the First Amendment, but sometimes you just at least want to offer a bone. So when they don't take it, you don't feel like a jerk when you act like a real asshole back to them. But, after that, there's other ways of dealing with this. See, what they want to do, as I've said in the brief, is they want to treat this like they want to take.
If I'm Turtle Boy, right? If I'm Turtle Boy, I'm talking to Bradle. about, okay, like if Judge Beverly Cannoni ends up approving this man's very reasonable alternatives to witnesses and jury members and potential jurors entering through the back way. If that's the case, then if I were Turtle Boy, I would discuss with Bradle, would that allow me is there a way to reasonably where I'm reasonably allowed to be at these protests and at these hearings to some degree? There's got to be a compromise there. So if I'm Turtle Boy, I'm discussing that with Bradle.
Want to take a 500-foot wide sledgehammer and smash it down right over the center of Dedham. I mean, courthouse. That then behind that building is the public library.
Yep.
What is
and it goes all the way back there.
Right.
Yeah,
What is the
library.
First Amendment protected than protesting in front of the public fucking library in Massachusetts? You
Nothing.
know,
There's
and
nothing more.
forgive me if I still got this halo effect of Massachusetts being the cradle of liberty. I was born in Massachusetts. It's where my first law license came up. If I ever start drinking again, I'll have a very thick accent again. But you know, it is as I said, we are the OGs of liberty. All right.
Yes, I saw that was actually language that you used in the motion.
Yeah.
OGs of liberty.
I love that.
Well, we are, you know, and I think that way too many people in this fucked up Commonwealth have forgotten that this is, we started this.
See, this guy is not only a patriot. This is what I love about this guy. Not only is this guy a patriot, but he's a fucking local Massachusetts, and he's not only a patriot of America, he's a patriot of Massachusetts. He takes pride in the Commonwealth that he lives in. He takes pride in its history. He takes pride in its place and its role in our democracy and our independence. He takes pride in this. I love that. I fucking love that shit. This is exactly right here. This guy is exactly the kind of guy that this fight needs on the front lines. This is exactly the kind of guy that this fight needs.
This liberty shit. And yet they don't want to behave that way. They take that inheritance and they're pissing it away. And fuck them. I like being on a show where I can just swear, you know?
Oh, yes. You
I gotta get this out of my system before court.
Don't say it on Thursday.
That's exactly how I would like to say it to Beverly. You know, fuck them.
Yeah, they don't get to do this. Like, and this is what my whole case has been about. Like my first day there,
That's what
Judge
I'm
Croft
saying.
asked my attorney, she's like, does the First Amendment,
bro? This guy's me with a law degree, bro. Like, this guy's me with a law degree. It's exactly why I will fucking show up there and fucking crash those town meetings, because I'm gonna be like, fuck this, dude. Fuck these assholes. I can't help it.
Amendment, would the First Amendment protect somebody driving around town, honking horns? It's like number one, yes. Okay.
Yes.
Number two, it's like, are you forgetting that like 10 miles to the north of here, 250 years ago, but I remember a bunch of people that caused a lot of ruckus by throwing tea off of a ship. Yeah. I remember that. Like it's something about that.
And it's the wrong question. All right. Whenever somebody says, does the First Amendment protect? And then whatever comes after that, that person is a fucking moron.
Yes.
Right? That person has their head up their ass. They're licking their own fucking colon polyps because they don't fucking understand. It's not, does it protect this? It's why wouldn't it protect this?
Right.
There are enumerated categories that are not protected.
Fucking
Obscenity,
love this
all right?
guy,
if you
bro.
want to have animal fucking pictures, you know, porn, that might be obscene. I still have problems with obscenity law, but obscenity, true threats, fighting words, even fighting words, I think is stupid. And I put that in the brief. That's like from Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire. Somebody called an official a goddamn racketeer, and they said, well, that would cause an immediate breach of the peace. It's a throwback to when a man wasn't supposed to take certain things lying down and had to fight. You know, meanwhile, you'd think you'd have all the feminists up in arms that there's a whole category of speech you can't have because of toxic masculinity. But that's what it is. So if it doesn't fit into one of these categories, it's protected. That's that.
Right. So right. Yeah. This is just they're going out like this whole witness. I researched witness intimidation statutes in all 50 states. They're almost identical boilerplate. They're pretty short. And the general theory in all of these is you can't threaten physical violence against a witness in order to prevent them from testifying. That's the general spirit of every law. Not ours though.
Shouldn't be able to threaten with anything. No, ours is really.
You can't cause emotional or financial harm. We're the only state that says the words emotional or financial. Like you can't cause it. Like so, we have
I can agree with the financial one, right? You know,
why?
like, look,
Boy, you can't boycott it. You can't boycott somebody who's in it. Like if Mark Furman owns a fucking pizza shop, you can't boycott his pizza shop. Not in Massachusetts because he's a witness.
Change his testimony, I'd be all right with that.
Well, yeah, but like, None of us, like the people that you're representing, none of them have tried to change Chris Albert's testimony. None of them.
Anybody wants.
But you know what he told them. But it's subjective because the witnesses can just say, I think they're trying to get me to change my testimony. That's all. And that's what all these assholes have said against me. They've all been coached to say, oh, I'm suffering emotional and financial harm, and I think he wants me to change my testimony. They're doing this because I'm a witness. It's just nonsense. The whole law is bunk, and we got to. It needs to be thrown out.
Let's be perfectly honest. If you know, by the way, I love this comment by Dish781. Tell us how you really feel. Yeah, I got to learn how to let things out.
Tell us how you really.
Yeah, I got to get more open. I got to tell my therapist that. But look, if you found out that, oh my God, you were, you were wrong. There's video of Karen Reed doing this crime. You'd change your position, right?
Of course I would. That's what I've always said. Show me some evidence Karen Reed's guilty. Show me some evidence Karen Reed's guilty, and I'll roast her. Like if I thought she was guilty, I'd say it.
No, I mean, I imagine nobody would feel more betrayed than you. You went to jail for this.
So. I did. Yeah, I'd be pissed. Like, what the fuck? But again, I can't. I've tried every possible theory in my head to explain a situation which Karen Reed is guilty, and I can't put the pieces together. I can't do it. I've tried, and it's just like I believe in this firmly in my soul. And so do all these people out here. Like, I mean, these people are giving up a lot of their time. Like, we're not doing this because we're stupid or we're like in a cult or anything like that. We're doing it because we just see it and we're like, what the fuck? We can't. And if we don't say something, who will?
I personally am remaining emotionally out of the Karen Reed situation. I don't care one way or the other because I can't care. You know, when I'm defending speech where I'm completely drinking the Kool-Aid of what the people are saying, I think it makes me weak.
See, that's really important. I love that. This guy not giving a shit about whether or not Karen Reed is guilty or innocent is perfect for representing those who just want to express their opinions because he's unbiased. This isn't about Karen Reed, is what he's saying. This isn't about Karen Reed. This has nothing to do with Karen Reed. This is about the people who either have a right that either feel that she's guilty or innocent, doesn't fucking matter, have a right to stand out there on those court steps wearing whatever the fuck they want within reason that isn't obscene or threatening, physically threatening to somebody. There's nothing wrong with that. This isn't about Karen Reed. This is about your freedom of speech.
Be weaker at my job. You know, you guys can all care about it. I want you to care about it. Somebody wants to come out and protest to fry Karen Reed, I'll defend them just as much. It doesn't make any difference. If they were trying to shut them down, the only thing that I'd temper that with is I would give the defendant a little more leeway because you have a Sixth Amendment right to a fair trial.
Right. Okay.
And you know,
so
but
also this court has a back door. Like I've been through it in shackles. It has a back door. If they're that worried, they can just come in the back door.
Exactly.
Like,
and that's the whole narrow tailoring section. I mean, the brief is, I know it's been distributed a lot. So for everybody reading along at home, you know, do a search for narrowly tailored. There's a section on that where I shouldn't have to do the Commonwealth's job for it or the court's job for it, but I did and said, look, here's the ways you can deal with that. First, if you're going to limit speech, you think about what is it you're trying to cure? Are you trying to shut everybody up? Well, that's what they're doing. Right. But if you're really you're going to have to come up with a damn good justification for it. And if that justification is, I'm worried about tainting the jury, then great. Then let's make this limited in the days that we're going to do it and make it for jury selection days. And the rest of the days, bring people in through the back. And if you want to prohibit people protesting out back, well, there's no reason to protest out back except to get to the jurors, right?
Right.
Protesting in front of the courthouse?
There you go.
What the fuck is more star-spangled fucking American than that?
There's like, and by the way, this is done. Like I've researched something. There are Derek Chauvin's trial had protesters everywhere. OJ, Casey Anthony, they all do. All these trials have protesters.
Yeah. And not here in the Cradle of Liberty, though.
Well, I think they got a taste of it when they arrested me, and they didn't get that much pushback. Well, it's just like they did it, and they're like, oh yeah, we can do this to anyone we want. Oh, this is great. Well, we'll do it to the Canton 9. We'll do it to the dispatcher, and then we'll do it to just all of them, and say you guys can't protest. And to say that this is like, you know, both sides can't protest. Only one side is protesting. So this is clearly targeted towards us.
Yeah, it's exactly that's you know that is the most absurd argument that they're saying. Well, we're trying to do it for both sides. Exactly. If only one side's showing up.
And they're not doing it because of the jury. They're doing it to protect the McAlberts. That's what this is. The McAlberts don't like getting, like when they come in the court, they don't like getting booed.
Yeah.
They don't.
This dude is like, yeah, I don't know about all that. All I'm saying is they're not doing it in the interest of liberty. They're not doing it in the interest of justice.
Like being called liars. They don't like it. It makes them feel uncomfortable.
I also don't think the government likes, the government hates being criticized. And when you have, if I'm in that DA's office and I see the streets full of people protesting against the job that I'm doing, hey, that may bother me. I mean, me personally, I don't care. I mean, heck, people at my firm scream at me that they don't agree with me. I enjoy it. I want a diversity of ideas. You know, I hang out with people who are super far left and super far right. I mean, I want to hear what they have to say. I think I'm a richer person for it.
There you go.
But Most of your small-minded want to leave at 4:45 and, you know, take 3-hour lunch breaks and take a shit for 45 minutes so they don't have to work, aka taxpayer tit-sucking pricks. Don't want to be criticized. Can you tell it's a reason I'm bitter about it?
Yeah, a little bit. What about this line? It said holding up signs seems to be
love
disruptive.
this guy, dude.
Or even if the sign is a blank
I
piece of
gotta hear
paper,
that
but
one
limiting the
more time.
messages. It said holding up
Shit for most of your small-minded want to leave at 4:45 and, you know, take 3-hour lunch breaks and take a shit for 45 minutes so they don't have to work, aka taxpayer tit-sucking pricks. Don't want to be criticized. Can you tell it's a reason I'm bitter about it?
Yeah, a little bit. What about this line? It said holding up signs seems to be disruptive. Or even if the sign is a blank piece of paper, but limiting the messages that people can have in the water bottles, the Commonwealth is going too far. Are you saying that like holding
In
up
the
signs is in the courtroom? Oh, I see.
This,
Okay.
this is in the courtroom. So there's two different spaces that they're trying to mess with. One is in the courtroom. And let me tell you, there's no First Amendment in that courtroom. All right. If the judge, the judge is the absolute despotic ruler of that room. And if she wants to say, you can't come in here unless you're wearing an eye patch with a parrot on your shoulder, well, then everybody's going to come in there looking like pirates. And to me, I'd say, that's fine, Your Honor. If that's what you feel you need for a fair trial, then you do what you feel like you need to do. So I would not, I wouldn't ever go in and say you should be able to hold up signs during the trial. It's disruptive.
I get it. Yeah, I totally get it inside the courtroom. I mean, I wouldn't
even blank signs. You know, I'm trying to make the point there that I don't want you to do anything, you know, that disrupts the trial. But even then, if there's subtle messages, you're going to check people's water bottles to see if they have a sticker on it. You know, I mean, we had a case out in Vegas where a lawyer wanted to wear a Black Lives Matter pin in the courtroom, and the judge tried to stop her from doing that. And then it was turned out, hey, she can do that.
Yeah.
So I don't see any reason why you can't have non-disruptive.
During the Casey Anthony trial, somebody sitting in the gallery was not only arrested, but sentenced to 7 days in jail because he gave the prosecutor the middle finger. It was like a Casey Anthony supported. And it's just like, so, you know, I get it. Inside the courtroom, I get it. Like there's a need to yourself. But outside, give me a break.
Let's stick with the courtroom for now, just for now. Even in the courtroom, there should be some tolerance. And really,
Bob C, I mean, who fucking doesn't, bro? Or who hasn't anyway? You know what I mean? Like, who hasn't?
What the state wants, what the Commonwealth wants the judge to do is to decide beforehand what's disruptive. Now, this judge, whatever she's doing, she's sitting there on the bench on the fly. Somebody starts acting up. Hey, bailiff, drag them out of there. I mean, heck, I've seen a judge do that to a lawyer in a case that I was arguing that they were getting disruptive. So there's really no reason at all that the judge can't fly by, you know, I don't want to say fly by the seat of their pants, but, you know, she can fly by the seat of her pants. She can make decisions like, you know, we've evolved to do over 4 billion years by responding to things in front of us, not just thinking about what might superstitiously happen. Now, outside the courthouse, that's a whole different story. Now, when you get on that sidewalk across the street, that is a traditional public forum. That is where Americans gather to protest.
Right.
That's where, when I have cases where, you know, you've got some authoritarian government figure, you've got some asshole authoritarian judge who doesn't give a shit. You know, they say, well, it's not like it's the public sidewalk. I mean, that's the default. That's where you fall back to. And they say, well, let them do it on the sidewalk. Meanwhile, I'm arguing for their right to do it somewhere else. That is the most precious place for First Amendment protection.
Totally.
And they want to just squash the entire thing everywhere. To say nothing for, now I don't represent the private property owners, but think about the private property owners. There's a cafe up the street. I don't know how the guy that owns that feels about this. If he wants to let people come into his place and hand out free Karen Reed smocks and have them, you know, do paintings in the place of caricatures of the prosecutors, he ought to be able to do that. That's his private property. But you know, I don't know.
You can't wear a free Karen Reed shirt inside the public library because that's within the radius. This arbitrary. Where did they get 500 feet from? Who the fuck came up with that?
Right.
They reached up into their ass and
Michael,
dug up there among all the
Morris
fucking
came up
problems
with
and
that.
pulled it out and said, here you go.
Do you think she might just
Like, I mean, unless like let's fucking face it, dude. Like that's got fucking mellow written all over it. Even though he's not counsel assigned to prosecuting Karen Reed, that sounds like some mellow bullshit. Tell me it doesn't. Tell me it doesn't sound like some fucking Ken Mello fucking ridiculous dumb bullshit. 500 feet.
just, you know, do the King Solomon thing and just be like, okay, fine, we'll make it 100 feet. I mean, are you worried about something like that?
You know what? We should probably bring a laser tape measure thing because 100 feet might not be terribly, you know, might be better. Well, it's better, right?
Yeah, it's
But
better.
even then, I don't think it should be. I don't think I'd accept that. I mean, in front of the courthouse is where you should be able to be. You shouldn't be able to obstruct it. All right. If one person has to ask you to get out of the way, you're obstructing. All right. More than excuse me, please.
Yeah, we don't do that. We don't obstruct.
I've seen video after video of the protesters, and these seem like pretty mild-mannered. You know, when I say not even mostly peaceful, entirely peaceful. But you know, the definition of mostly peaceful also includes throwing Molotov cocktails. So I'm going to say entirely peaceful. Nobody's starting fights. Nobody's getting, there may be some cursing and yelling going on, but it doesn't really further your message any better anyway.
So like it goes on to say, one portion of the request is particularly calling out for caution. The Commonwealth has asked that law enforcement officers not be allowed to wear their uniforms in the court. They should, prior to granting such request, consider why the Commonwealth is asking for this restriction, and should consider the fact that the Commonwealth may be asking for this relief in order to send a message of its own. In most cases involving a fallen law enforcement officer, courtrooms are packed with fellow officers in uniform supporting their fellow comrade. So I do want to point out here, so this is the same courtroom where Michael Chestnut's killer recently held trial, and Auntie Bev was the judge, and uniformed Weymouth police officers were not allowed to wear their uniforms inside court. So there's actually they've done this before. I have heard of that before with cops, especially because they think it's like bullying the defendant. It's like you come, you know what I mean? When it's packed, it's intimidating to the defendant.
Yeah, but what seems strange here, and what seems strange to my clients here, is that there haven't been cops showing up to hearings.
Yes, is that what you meant by this? Is that like, I was trying to read this part
so
of it.
When that hasn't been happening, I mean, this has got to be the only trial I've ever heard of where there's a fallen police officer and you don't have an army of blue in that place just sitting there to support him, sitting there to be supportive of the prosecution because they want to look. That's their brother. That's their fallen brother.
Happens at every time a cop gets shot, even if they don't die, the courtroom is packed.
Right, and not this time. Why is that? That makes me ask the question: why isn't that happening?
What the fuck is going on?
Now, maybe it's just they're all busy and they're all collecting overtime, or they just they got something better to do, or maybe it's that they have their own questions about how this has been handled and they don't want to show up.
Oh,
now,
I was going to go over that.
Is asking to exclude police officers from a criminal trial. That just set my radar up, saying,
yeah, that's crazy. Patty Murphy, no, I know that Turtle Boy went over that. I was planning on going over that tonight, but I don't think I have time. I'm actually going to wrap this up, but I could pick the rest of this up tomorrow. I'm at the 1 hour mark here, so yeah, I think I'm going to pick the rest up tomorrow and go ahead and wrap this up for the night because we're past 4.5 hours on this one, folks. Yeah, I had a great time hanging out with you guys. As always, I love hanging out with you guys. And I'm loving this dazzling Randazza gentleman. He's fantastic. So I'm really excited to see what this guy is going to do in court if that happens. Hopefully he gets to speak up. So guys, you guys were absolutely fantastic as always. Thank you guys for hanging in there with me for as long as you did. You guys are fantastic. Seriously, you guys are just fucking great. I'm gonna call it a night. Thank you for subscribing. If you're new subscribers, thank you for hitting the like. That really helps out the channel. And thank you for all your support. It means more than the world to me. And tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. I'm going to, I'm on 2 pots of coffee. I'm going to try to get enough sleep. But yeah, hopefully I wake up in time and we can stream that. Regardless, the minute I wake up, I know I'll be logging on to Tom CPU's channel to see everyone's interactions out there. And that's going to mean a lot to me too. That always inspires the rest of my day. Guys, you are fantastic. I love you very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.